Chapter 238. The floor below was filled with people. Some were marveling at how high the standard of old Princess Yu's funeral was, but for some reason, she would not be buried in the same grave as old Prince Yu. Some were discussing how Southern Yan's envoy had come to the capital to ask for the princess's hand in marriage. His Majesty seemed to have sent the 13th princess for political marriage. Some were whispering that imperial concubine Qi had personally witnessed her niece die an unnatural death, and that her mind was not normal. The discussion was lively. Upstairs, only 2 zhang away, Ning Shu's stunned eyes clearly reflected Xiahou Qing's calm face. Her palms couldn't help but heat up and sweat seeped out. She had always boasted that her face was as thick as a mountain, but at this moment, she actually felt a rare sense of helplessness. This sense of helplessness came too unexpectedly, making it hard for her to deal with. She had always been clever and had an outstanding memory. Naturally, she remembered that not long ago, when she sat in his carriage in a half-conscious state, she had boldly made a request. She just didn't think that he would really come to fulfill his promise. "Do you want to see?" These 3 words beat back and forth in her heart like a rattle drum, urging her to make a decision. Should she look or not look? Should she nod or shake her head? If she shook her head, it would seem that she was guilty of something and didn't dare to look into his eyes. But if she nodded, it would seem that she really coveted his beauty. If she had known that her careless words would cause her to fall into this situation, she would have sewn her mouth shut at that time. She was racking her brains to think of the best response. His hand had already reached over. First, he vaguely grabbed her shoulder, then slowly moved down her shoulder to her elbow and wrist. Finally, he pinched her wet and warm palm and simply pulled it over. The black brocade was as smooth as water silk. With a gentle lift, it fell to the ground like a piece of black hair. At this moment, her heartbeat forgot the rhythm of her heartbeat. Time slowed down to the extreme. Ning Shu opened her eyes wide and slowly looked at the pair of eyes that slowly appeared under the brocade. It was as expected. His long eyelashes were as black as ink, and his eyes were like dots of lacquer. With just a glance, one would feel that the world was magnificent. Half of it was condensed in those eyes, making one's heart beat faster. Unexpectedly, he felt heartache. He felt heartache that such a beautiful pair of eyes lacked the supreme elegance that they should have. Shock and regret mixed together, making Ning Shu stunned and speechless for a long time. After not hearing her voice for a long time, Xiahou Qing frowned slightly. "What's wrong? Is it ugly?" He let go of Ning Shu's hand, turned his face to the side, and motioned in the direction of Huimo to pick up the brocade and cover himself again. He mocked himself. "Are my eyes as lifeless as those of a dead fish?" Ning Shu came back to her senses and hurriedly said, "No, Your Highness misunderstood. It's very beautiful." She paused, then solemnly repeated, "Your Highness' eyes are very, very beautiful." She lowered her head and pondered seriously. Moreover, such heavenly eyes, such an otherworldly person, shouldn't be damaged by anything, not even the plum blossom kiss. If she raised her head at this moment, she would discover that Xiahou Qing seemed to be pleased by something. The corners of his mouth rose, revealing a slight smile. It was like the first dragonfly flying across the pond in summer. Every shallow ripple was gentle. After leaving the chasing cloud and moon-chasing tower, Ning Shu rode in the carriage of Prince Nanping's residence and stopped at the entrance of the Duke's residence. Jumping down from the carriage, Ning Shu turned around and said, "Tomorrow, Huimo and I will disguise ourselves as officials from the Ministry of Rites and see if we can find an opportunity to examine old Princess Yu's body. Therefore, I will have to trouble Your Highness to lend Huimo to me." In addition, who was old Princess Yu's close friends when she was alive, and where she often went. "I will have to trouble Your Highness to send more people." The plum blossom kiss in her hand can't appear out of thin air. Chapter 239. The first person to die from the plum blossom kiss was none other than the previous emperor. If old Princess Yu was the one who had the plum blossom kiss from the start, then the one who benefited from the poisoning of the previous emperor wasn't Prince Yu's estate or her, but Jian Shang, who had indirectly caused her tragedy. This didn't make sense. Therefore, someone must have given her the poison. That person might have even been secretly encouraging her to take revenge for Wen Chiron and herself, and provided her with many conveniences. For example, the expert in imitating handwriting who had been involved in 2 cases but never revealed his true identity. According to Xiao Qing's investigation, after the third prince, Xiao Yunyan, fell from power, a strategist in his estate, who was usually dressed in gray, disappeared without a trace. Xiao Yunyan later confessed that the strategist had given him many suggestions and bewitched him. Even the seeds of the 100 charm incense were brought by that strategist. That strategist had obviously been hiding in the third prince's estate for many years. His master had been imprisoned and was waiting to be executed, but he had escaped unscathed. This was obviously a trap set up around Xiao Yunyan, using his vigorous ambition to plot against him. That's right, the 100 charm incense was even used on the beauties presented to His Majesty. Ningxu couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine when she heard this. A strategist who had just surfaced had such great ability and caused such a huge disaster. Then, what kind of powerful person was the one who was controlling everything behind the scenes? Previously, she had analyzed with Xiao Qing that the plum blossom kiss in Yuzeo's hands should have been obtained after she entered the palace. Then, who was that person hiding in the palace? From Xiao Qing, to her, Ningxu, Xiao Yunyan, and then to Consort Qi. The goals of the people behind the scenes were many and varied. It made one unable to make heads or tails of them. At the same time, it made one feel as if there was a blade at one's back. She had to be fast, faster. Otherwise, no one would be able to predict what would happen next. Perhaps it was for the dignity of the imperial family, or perhaps it was to make up for the tragedy that had indirectly caused old Princess Yu's life. His Majesty ordered that old Princess Yu's funeral etiquette was almost the same as that of the old concubine in the palace. In the past, old Princess Consort Yu loved to host all kinds of banquets in the huge Prince Yu's residence. She would invite the nobles of the capital to join in the fun. However, at this moment, the place was covered in mourning. The laughter and laughter of the past had been completely replaced by mournful music. Due to the unexpected death of old Princess Yu, there was no set of clothes prepared beforehand. Thus, the Ministry of Rites hurriedly sent someone to measure the size so that they could quickly sew it day and night. This was to avoid delaying old Princess Yu's funeral and making His Majesty unhappy. Ningxu and Huimo blended into the crowd and followed the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rites into Prince Yu's residence. As if they had already foreseen the outcome of being buried with old Princess Yu, the entire residence was filled with cries of grief. Only one person dressed in mourning clothes knelt quietly in front of old Princess Yu's coffin. She did not move and only stared blankly at the brazier in front of the coffin, where old Princess Yu's coffin was placed. In a single night, this beautiful princess was forced to grow up in solitude. In the past, even though she had lost her mother, she still had someone to rely on. She could still pretend to be arrogant in front of others. However, from that day onwards, even though she had the title of princess, there was no one who could protect her anymore. And this girl would never have the chance to know how much her own grandmother had endured and how much she had protected her. Ningxu lowered her head slightly and sighed softly. She walked past Xiao Zhangping and took out a soft measuring rope. After kneeling in front of old Princess Yu with Huimo and 2 other officials from the Ministry of Rites, she stepped forward to measure old Princess Yu's body. Chapter 240. Because the weather was getting warmer, they placed a circle of ice basins around the coffin to lower the temperature for fear that old Consort Yu's body would rot. Ningxu shivered when she approached the coffin. In addition, the bottom of the coffin was covered with a thick layer of lime to prevent moisture. Ningxu and Huimo looked at each other and started to work. Naturally, they couldn't use a knife on the body and could only roughly examine the surface. They had to be careful and fast. Fortunately, Huimo was experienced in this area and Ningxu was covering for them, so they didn't attract anyone's attention. When they were done, Ningxu and the others bowed and knelt before leaving. When they were about to leave, the palace sent a mama over. The elderly mama looked at the mourning around and then looked up and down at the mourning dress that Xiao Zhangping insisted on wearing. She frowned and thought for a while before persuading her patiently, 13th Princess, His Majesty has summoned you back to the palace. There are so many things waiting for you to do in the marriage alliance. You should hurry back with us. What are you waiting for me for? Xiao Zhangping didn't raise her head and said stiffly, in your eyes, in Father Emperor's eyes, I'm just a puppet with an empty body. I'm just waiting for the time to come so that I can be carried out of the palace alive to southern Yin. As for the rest, you can do whatever you want. I don't care. Go and tell Father Emperor. I accept my fate. I don't have any other thoughts. I just want to accompany old consort you for a few more days before she is buried. From the shock and disbelief she felt when she heard the news yesterday to today when she saw old Princess Consort Yu's corpse, she was in a daze. She was still in a dream and refused to believe that everything that was happening in front of her was real. But whether she believed it or not, the only old woman in the world who could make her lie on her knees and act coquettishly had completely left her. The mama said awkwardly, but the marriage alliance is a joyous event. If you keep staying here, I'm afraid it will affect your happiness. It will be very inauspicious for you. Also, you are a princess. Only the concubines in the palace can wear this mourning dress when they are dead. Your dress is really not in accordance with the etiquette. If His Majesty knows, he will punish you. Her words directly angered Xiao Zhangping. She raised her head and laughed, but it was uglier than crying. Punishment? Punish him. From the moment I was born until now, other than my imperial mother and old Princess Yu, no one has ever taken me seriously. Imperial father has never even hugged me since I was young. Now that he needs someone to marry him, he suddenly remembered that he has a daughter like me. The southern Yin kingdom was 1,000 miles away, and once they left, they would not be able to return. Was there a heavier punishment in this world than this? If you do, feel free to call me over. I, Xiao Zhangping, will be waiting. These rebellious words frightened everyone present to the point that they knelt on the ground, not daring to say a word. Ning Shu deliberately slowed down her footsteps and looked at her with pity. She couldn't help but think of herself in her previous life. 372 people in Duke Ning's household were beheaded one by one in front of her. She held her father and mother's corpses tightly and wailed loudly. However, someone kindly reminded her not to cry out, otherwise she would provoke the emperor's displeasure and be punished again. At that time, her state of mind was no different from Xiao Zhangping's now. She wanted nothing more than to accompany her loved ones to the Yellow Springs. But she couldn't. She couldn't. That mama was frightened by Xiao Zhangping's rebellious words and hurriedly reprimanded. Your Highness the Princess, you don't dare to say that. This is rebellious. Your Highness should quickly follow this servant back to the palace and ask for forgiveness from the emperor. Before that mama could finish her words, a small stone suddenly hit her knee, causing her to kneel down with io. She prostrated herself on the ground and cried out in pain. Seeing this, Xiao Zhangping felt a little better. After sneering, she ignored it and continued to stand vigil for old Princess Yu. She lowered her head and suddenly found a small ball of paper in front of her. It came out of nowhere, as if it had fallen from the sky. She picked it up and opened it. When she saw 9 words written on it, her tears fell like rain. May my Zhangping be free for the rest of her life. Chapter 241. When old Princess Consort Yu took the poison to commit suicide, she didn't say anything else. She only said the last 9 words to Ning Shu, who was closest to her. She was trapped in the shackles of Princess Consort Yu for her entire life. Every day, she tried her best to pretend to be the most respected princess consort in the world while stepping on her real self. Every day felt like a year. Her only daughter was trapped in the cage-like harem and was bullied until she died. Thus, she didn't have any other wishes. She only hoped that her most cherished granddaughter could obtain the most luxurious freedom. Because that was the dream that she had been trapped in for 38 years. What did you find? After leaving Prince Yu's estate, Ning Shu used the excuse of leaving the Ministry of Rights team and pulled Huiyamo to a hidden corner. With so many pairs of eyes watching, I couldn't investigate in detail. Thus, I could only make a rough guess. I didn't find anything related to the plum blossom kiss. I only found a wound on her finger. It seemed like she bit it herself. I don't know why. In addition, her lower limbs were swollen and her organs were as hard as rocks. There were many purple scars on her arms and neck. This means that old princess consort Yu was seriously ill when she was alive. Even if she took medicine every day to save her life, she probably wouldn't live past this autumn. The last bit of doubt in her heart was solved. Ningxu finally understood. No wonder she was in such a hurry to take revenge. Even if she revealed a flaw, she wouldn't care. Because if she didn't hurry up, she wouldn't have another chance. At this moment, old Princess Consort Yu's soul should have passed through the gates of hell and stepped onto the road to the yellow springs filled with red spider lilies. Then, was she satisfied now? She would only know the answer when she saw her in the future. Ningxu thought for a moment and said, "Can you detect the poison from where she bit her finger?" Huiyamo spread out his hands. "No, I secretly used a silver needle to test it. There was no abnormality. Perhaps she was too angry and bit it in a fit of anger. She's already dead. No one can say for sure what the reason is." After working for half a day, this result was within Ningxu's expectations. However, she still felt disappointed. It seemed like this was destined to be an unsolved case. Ningxu thanked Huema and said goodbye to him. During this period of time, her whole body was tense. No matter how flexible a rope was, it would break after a long time. She had to take a break first before thinking about other ideas. She yawned and returned to her residence to rest. Forsythia considerately massaged her shoulders and waist, making her feel so comfortable that she almost fell asleep. Just as he was about to take a half-hour nap, someone suddenly knocked on the door of the public house. A sharp voice interrupted Ningxu's beautiful dream. Her Majesty summons Miss Ningxu of the Ning family to the palace for an audience. Hearing the news, Princess He Xian rushed over. She hurriedly gave a signal with her eyes and ordered a servant to bring a heavy embroidered pouch, which she stuffed into the hands of the imperial edict eunuch. She said with a laugh, "Dare I ask, Gong Gong, do you know why the Empress Nyang summoned my daughter? My daughter is young and clumsy, so it's better for me to be prepared in advance so as not to offend your highness." In the past, the imperial edict eunuch would always accept the embroidered pouch, but today, he put on a professional posture and threw the embroidered pouch on the ground. Humph! How could I dare to guess the Empress Nyang's thoughts? The Phoenix Imperial Decree summons Lady Ning. So Lady Ning should just go. Is there a need to explain the reason to you? I advise you not to let the Empress Nyang wait for too long. He Xian's heart was soaked in cold water. Ningxu patted her mother's hand comfortingly and said with a smile, "Mother, don't worry. The Empress Nyang is benevolent. Daughter will definitely come back safely." She whispered a few words in He Xian's ear and finally coaxed Ningxu to let go of her hand. She followed the impatient eunuchs into the palace. It was still the Phoenix Algae Palace, the same place Ningxu had knelt before. She tidied her skirt and knelt on the ground. "My daughter Ningxu greets your highness." The Empress Nyang sat on the phoenix chair and casually waved her hand to have her rise. She looked at her with a warm smile. "Guess, why did Ben Gong summon you into the palace today?" Her expression made Ningxu think back to that cold night. Empress Chao had come in a carriage and looked at her as she climbed out of the lotus stream and said those words. That bone-chilling coldness slowly crawled back to her back. Ningxu lowered her eyes and said, "Asking Nyang to forgive my daughter for being stupid and not being able to guess." Empress Chao smiled and ordered people to bring the prepared items in front of Ningxu. She said generously, "Since you can't guess, Ben Gong won't make it difficult for you. But you have to guess the next riddle carefully. Look at the 2 cups of wine in front of you. Guess which of the 2 cups of wine is poisoned and which isn't." Chapter 242. This was the place where the crazy Empress Zhou had killed the crown prince of the previous dynasty. Ningxu stood here once again. There were 2 cups of fine wine in front of her. The light pink wine gave off an alluring sweet fragrance. On the phoenix chair, Empress Chao looked at Ningxu and said slowly, "Guess which cup is not poisoned. Drink that cup. If you are lucky enough to guess correctly, Ben Gong will let you walk out of this Phoenix Algae Palace unharmed. If you guess incorrectly, then don't blame Ben Gong. Also, don't think that someone will come to speak for you this time. Ben Gong has already ordered that no one is allowed to take half a step into the Phoenix Algae Palace. It's a 50-50 chance. Whether you live or die, it's all in your hands. Choose." Ningxu couldn't help but bitterly smile inside. It's all in her hands. If she really had the right to choose, could she not choose any cup and just turn around and leave? The answer was naturally no. Therefore, this so-called "it was all in her hands" was nothing more than a joke. Before, she could still hope for Xiahou Qing, but this time, the Empress had clearly cut off all her hopes. She looked down at the 2 cups of wine that looked identical. Her back was covered in a chill. The same wine cup, the same color, and even the smell were the same. She had no choice, and her life and death was tied to these 2 cups of wine. Ningxu slowly exhaled from the bottom of her heart. She bowed and said, "This girl has decided. This girl will not guess which cup and will allow Empress to bestow the wine." This unexpected answer caused Empress Chao to raise an eyebrow. She curled her lips and said coldly, "If Ben Gong makes a choice for you, then you will definitely die. You don't even want this 50-50 chance?" Ningxu raised her head and said word by word in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing, "If Empress really wants to kill me, then no matter which cup I choose, I will not be able to escape. So this girl will not guess, and there is no need to guess. But Empress, this girl does not understand one thing. This girl has not offended you. So why do you want this girl's life? Please let Ningxu die knowing the truth." Empress Chao laughed. Her laughter was particularly clear and loud in this spacious and empty palace. "Smart? You are indeed very smart. That's right. These 2 cups of wine have been poisoned by me. No matter which cup you choose, you are destined to die on the spot." Ningxu didn't feel the slightest bit lucky that she managed to save her life. Instead, it made her even more frightened. It seemed that Empress Chao really wanted to kill her today. What should she do? What to do? Empress Chao bent down and looked down at Ningxu. Her eyes were as gentle and magnanimous as ever, and there was even a hint of pity in them. "You're right. You didn't offend me. You could even say that you helped me solve the Phoenix Terrace case and made a great contribution. Besides, you're smart enough to know what to say and what not to say. To be fair, you even look a little similar to this consort when she was younger. Whenever this consort sees you, it often reminds this consort of herself from back then. If I could easily erase you from this world, it would be a bit of a pity. It's a pity that the one who wants you dead this time isn't anyone else, but His Majesty. There's really nothing I can do." After saying this, Empress Chao sighed regretfully and waved her hand. The palace maid holding the poisoned wine took a step forward and raised the 2 cups of poisoned wine even higher, bringing it to Ningxu's eyes. "Lady Ning, please. You have to thank the Empress for being merciful and leaving you with an intact corpse." Ningxu clenched her fists tightly and looked at the thing in front of her without moving. Her mind spun furiously as she tried to think of a way to save her little life. But her mind was empty. There was nothing. It was as if she had been forced to a dead end and had one foot on the edge of a cliff. There was no way to retreat. The only thing she could do was accept her fate. "It seems that your eldest miss refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Then this servant can only serve you." The palace maid sneered and gave a look to the side. Another palace maid immediately came forward and prepared to suppress Ningxu and force the wine into her mouth. These 2 people were clearly skilled in martial arts. Ningxu's 3-legged cat was completely powerless in front of them. The wine cup was about to touch her lips. In that instant, Ningxu suddenly thought of a solution and said loudly, "Has Empress not thought of a problem? This subject's daughter is only an insignificant person. If His Majesty wants this subject's death, it's only a matter of a word. Why does His Majesty want Empress to do it for him?" Chapter 243. Her heart thumped and her body froze like a rock. Ningxu ordered herself to raise her head and look at Empress Chao with the most fervent gaze, looking at her last sliver of life. She had died 7 times before, so death was nothing out of the ordinary for her. But in this life, it was too rare. This once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity allowed her to return to the starting point. She hadn't been able to prevent Duke Ning's tragedy, nor had she been able to help Xiahou Qing solve the mystery of the plum blossom kiss. She hadn't had time to change anything. She wouldn't allow herself to die so easily. Absolutely not. The palace maid next to her laughed and said, "Why did His Majesty ask Her Highness to do it for him? Isn't this a simple question? Because His Majesty trusts Her Highness. Ningxu raised her eyebrows and curled her lips. She said in a mysterious tone, "Is it really just trust? My daughter doesn't think so." The palace maid frowned, thinking that she had seen through her trick. Then what else could it be? "I think it's just that you're about to die, but you're still trying to use your glib tongue to make a last-ditch struggle. You're overestimating yourself." At this moment, Ningxu no longer had any fear. She smiled coldly. "Perhaps my daughter is overestimating herself, but after my death, Her Highness might not know the real reason." Empress Chao, who was sitting on the high floor, raised her eyes to admire her obvious performance. It was as if she was looking at an insignificant ant. She snorted and said with disdain, "You want to trick Bin Gong with such a clumsy method of provocation?" Meeting her cold gaze, Ningxu's eyes seemed to be burning with fire. "Her Highness is wise. Naturally, you can see through my daughter's goal. But in any case, my daughter is going to die. It's only a matter of time before she dies. It will only delay Her Highness a little bit. What is there to be concerned about? Or is it that Her Highness doesn't dare to listen?" At this moment, she had changed from her previous respectful and timid appearance. She was showing off her ability, which made Empress Chao a little interested. The corners of Empress Chao's mouth lifted slightly. She looked at her coldly and didn't say anything for a long time. It wasn't until Ningxu's heartbeat reached its peak that she finally raised her hand and ordered the eunuchs, "Kai Bin, let her go first. I would like to hear what kind of flower her silver tongue will bloom." Ningxu finally grasped the thread that was hanging on her little life. She rubbed her wrist that was hurting from being pinched and exhaled silently. She pushed aside the two palace servants who had almost killed her just now and walked past the two wine cups filled with poison. She slowly walked to the bottom of the stairs closest to Empress Chao. She constantly recalled the tone of Xiahou Qing's voice and then imitated it. Unhurriedly, she said, "Because His Majesty wanted to use me to test Empress." Her words made Empress Chao narrow her eyes, but there was a bone-piercing coldness in her eyes. What a joke. Why would His Majesty test this Empress for no reason? If it was any other time, Ningxu would have immediately knelt down and begged for forgiveness. However, she clearly knew that this move was useless today. The only thing she could do was to use her sharpness to pierce the core. Because whether it is the case of Phoenix Terrace or the case of the cursed horoscope, the one who benefits in the end is none other than you, Her Highness. As expected, Empress Chao was successfully infuriated by her. She slapped the armrest of the Phoenix throne with her hand that was wearing exquisite armor. Empress Chao's low and angry roar pierced through the spacious Phoenix Algae Palace. "How dare you? You want to drive a wedge between His Majesty and this Empress? Someone immediately poison this Ningxu who is spreading lies to deceive the public." Chapter 244. Before the two palace servants could rush over to capture Ningxu again, she had already raised her hand and raised her sleeve. If Ningxu was speaking nonsense, why is Nyang so angry? Your reaction just now, doesn't it mean that Ningxu's words are reasonable? 25 years. In the 25 years since Empress Chao had ascended to the position of Empress, other than the death of the eldest prince, no one in the palace had ever seen the Empress lose her composure like this. Kai Bing thought that the daring Ningxu would definitely die this time. Perhaps she would die even more tragically than before. However, she never thought that after Ningxu finished speaking, Empress Chao would look at her deeply. It was like she wanted to see through her thin shell and dig out her exquisite heart. Silence. A deathly silence. As if realizing her momentary loss of composure, Empress Chao pulled back the jade hand that had been on the armrest. In a low voice, she said, "Kai Bing, stay. Everyone else, get out of this palace." The palace servants froze for a moment before bowing and retreating. The cinnabar and gold doors were opened and closed. Only a gust of wind came in, allowing Ningxu to catch her breath. "If you want to speak, then this palace will give you the chance to speak. However, you must speak carefully. If you don't speak well, then it won't just be your little life. This palace will have the entire Duke Ning buried with you." A drop of sweat silently slid down her chin and fell to the ground. Ningxu calmly replied with a yes. Then she slowly began to speak her mind. In the case of Phoenix Terrace, my daughter boldly exposed consort Nguyen Yang true identity. At the same time, she exposed the third prince's actions to the public. This caused the third prince to be demoted to a commoner and later executed. Of course, this was his own fate. It had nothing to do with Yang. Consort Nguyen was a brothel girl. Although she was pregnant with a dragon's heir, she deserved to die for deceiving the monarch. In the end, he killed himself and did not deserve any sympathy. Thus, in the previous case, 3 people died one after another. They were the eldest prince, Xiao Yunyan, Zhou Yuzhao, who was disguised as Consort Nguyen, and the unborn dragon fetus in her womb. If only this case was closed, His Majesty might not be suspicious of you. But coincidentally, in the case of the cursed horoscope, concubine Qi's niece, Qi Zhanyu, died, and concubine Qi became insane because of it, and Ning Shu paused for a moment before continuing, it's some kind of unknown poison. Although His Majesty took pity on her and promoted her to noble consort, a crazy noble consort is of no use to the fourth prince. Instead, it's equivalent to cutting off one of his arms. When Empress Chao heard her words, she immediately interrupted. The cursed 8 characters case has nothing to do with me. Her subconscious response revealed a message that she was indeed involved in the Phoenix Terrace case. However, Ning Shu clearly understood that when it was time to pretend to be deaf and dumb, she should pretend to be deaf and dumb. Thus, she nodded and said, yes. In this case, Her Majesty did not participate much from beginning to end. Even that day, the Weiyang Palace's selection of heir consort was ordered by His Majesty. You were just following His Majesty's orders. That's why I said it was a coincidence. These 2 cases that happened one after another seemed to be accidents that were caused by insignificant matters and had nothing to do with you. However, in His Majesty's eyes, these dead and injured people all had one thing in common. They were all thorns in His Majesty's side. Especially in His Majesty's heart, these 2 cases were imperceptibly related to the fight for the throne in the future. The third prince was demoted to a commoner and lost the right to fight for the throne. This was without a doubt the first. Consort Nguyen was pregnant with His Majesty's most anticipated child at the time, but this child died with its mother before it was born. He was His Majesty's only son in recent years. Although His Majesty did not say it, it was still a hidden pain in his heart. This was the second. After losing noble consort Qi's guidance, the fourth prince, Xiao Yunsu, was impetuous and arrogant. He would definitely gradually lose the hearts of the court officials. This was the third. Then, after these 3 strong opponents fell, who was the next in line? Naturally, it was the 6th prince you raised, Xiao Yuni. So, Her Majesty, if these 2 cases were not done by you, then who was it? And I, Ning Shu, who participated in these 2 cases and exposed the truth, only have one identity in His Majesty's heart, your accomplice. Chapter 245. Ning Shu's 2 sentences, one subdued the other, raised the other. The first sentence almost aroused Empress Chao's thunderous rage, but the second sentence promptly placed herself in the same camp as Empress Chao, pulling back the dangerous situation. Saying so much in one breath caused her lungs to ache slightly due to the lack of oxygen. However, she didn't have time to stop for a moment, because her life depended on this moment. She took a deep breath and finished her unfinished words. This subject and Yang both know that this is all a misunderstanding on His Majesty's part. However, the so-called truth is often not what actually happened, but what people are willing to believe. And the truth in His Majesty's heart seems to be different from Yang's. The last sentence was simply a heart-rending words, causing Empress Chao's expression to suddenly change. Her gaze deeply pierced Ning Shu's body, the depths of her eyes surging with gloomy contemplation. Every strand of contemplation hid the shadow of a sword and the light of a knife. Her back had long been soaked with a layer of cold sweat, causing her entire body to feel cold. However, Ning Shu knew that if she showed the slightest bit of timidity or lack of confidence, she would completely lose this game of chess. Because in front of an absolute powerhouse, there was no room for a good-for-nothing. Thus, she straightened her back and quietly welcomed Empress Chao's scrutiny. She was like a green lotus that had just emerged from the water, neither creeping nor branching, graceful and pure. Empress Chow finally stood up and slowly walked up the high platform step by step towards her. She laughed mockingly. So, in order to wash away the suspicion on me, Ben Gong should instead kill you? This subject doesn't think so. Because in this world, there is something called the seed of doubt. Ning Shu's voice was like a vine, seemingly soft but full of tenacity. It invisibly spread throughout the entire palace. She softly said, "This kind of thing is soundless and formless, but it is the most terrifying thing in the world. Because once it is born, no matter how much you swear to the heavens or do your best to prove it, in the eyes of doubters, it will become evidence that you are trying to hide. In Yang Yang's eyes, killing my daughter is to express your sincerity to His Majesty, but in His Majesty's eyes, would it be to silence her? As for whether it is the former or the latter, Your Highness has spent nearly 30 years by His Majesty's side. Your heart should be 10,000 times clearer than my daughter's." Finally, Empress Chow walked in front of her. Her high hair bun was adorned with 9 phoenix hairpins that symbolized the power of the phoenix. Each feather was lifelike and as sharp as a blade, making her look graceful and inviolable. She lowered her eyes and her gaze slid down from Ning Shu's face to her shoulders before sweeping over her body. "According to what you've said, it's wrong for this consort to kill you, but it's also wrong for this consort not to kill you. Instead, it's this consort's turn to be helpless. In order to save your little life, you really did your best." Under this kind of oppressive gaze, Ning Shu slightly bowed as a form of greeting. "Yang Yang is too kind. Even an ant would struggle to survive, let alone a person made of flesh and blood. However, my daughter is even more clear that if I don't have the ability to satisfy Yang Yang, even if I can use my glib tongue to temporarily save my life, I will definitely die in the future." The words she had said today, no matter which one was picked out, would be considered disgraceful. It would be like handing the other party a knife to stab at her. But she had no other choice. She could only take the risk and rely on these heart-wrenching words to surrender to the Empress. She wanted to see if she could move this Empress who looked gentle but was actually cold-blooded. Ning Shu had thoroughly tasted the feeling of a day passing like a year today. It seemed like a long time had passed, but it also seemed like an instant. The Empress finally finished looking over Ning Shu. She turned around and returned to her phoenix seat. She supported her chin with her hand and softly said, "You girl, you've thought things through more thoroughly than I have. Then, in your opinion, how should this consort's current predicament be resolved?" The turning point she had been waiting for had finally arrived. Ning Shu's heart fell back into her chest, and she tightly clenched her fists under her sleeves. She had made the right bet. She had guessed correctly. Although Empress Chow and His Majesty had been husband and wife for nearly 30 years and seemed to be harmonious and close, in reality, they were already riddled with holes. While His Majesty was suspicious of Empress Chow also had disloyalty in her heart. Otherwise, how could wave after wave of His Majesty's favored concubines silently disappear in the harem for so many years? How did His Majesty's young princes, who were waiting to be born or just born, die? No matter how meticulously the Empress took care of it, it could not change the fact that His Majesty had not taken the initiative to step into the Phoenix Algae Palace for 10 years except on the first day of each month. As the saying went, there were no husband and wife in the royal family. This was probably the case. There was only the struggle for power and scheming against each other. As for that thin layer of friendship, it was like a piece of cotton paper stuck to the window lattice, easily broken with a light poke. Just like her and Xiao Yuni, who had turned against each other and became enemies in that life. Chapter 246. Ning Shu said sincerely, "Many thanks for your Highness' trust. This humble girl believes that there is only one way to dispel His Majesty's current suspicions, and that is to ask your Highness and His Highness the 6th Prince to conceal their strength and bide their time." How do we conceal our strength and bide our time? For example, your Highness can apply for medical leave and leave the harem in the care of the grand concubines. Another example is that His Highness the 6th Prince recently obtained the authority to command 30,000 Yongchengwai. Ning Shu carefully observed every subtle expression on Empress Chao's face and hurriedly explained. This humble girl naturally knows that this authority was not easily obtained, and that His Highness the Sixth Prince used his life to obtain it. It would be a pity to give it up so easily. However, Your Highness must know that there is a move called retreating in order to advance. Temporarily retreating now is for the sake of pursuing victory in the future. Moreover, His Majesty's birthday is approaching. His Highness the Sixth Prince can use the excuse of congratulating His Majesty on his birthday to take the initiative to hand over his authority and go to the ancestral temple to copy scriptures. This way, not only will you fully express your attitude to His Majesty, but you will also expose His Highness the Sixth Prince's filial piety to His Majesty. When His Majesty's suspicions about Your Highness and His Highness the Sixth Prince are completely eliminated, why worry about Yang Qingwei not returning to His Highness the Sixth Prince's hands? Perhaps you will also receive unexpected compensation from His Majesty. It sounds absurd, but it does make some sense. Empress Chao thought about it for a moment. It was clear that she had taken Ji Yunshu's words to heart. A moment later, she turned her gaze back to Ji Yunshu. Her sharp armor slowly tapped on the armrest a few times. But how should this Empress deal with you? If I let you safely leave my Phoenix Algae Palace, wouldn't this consort be violating His Majesty's orders? As expected, she still couldn't escape this Dao tribulation. Ning Shu bitterly smiled, then bent down and knelt in front of Empress Chao. This subject's name is Ning Shu. This subject's name is Ning Shu. This subject's name is audacious and arrogant, openly disrespecting the Empress. Furthermore, this subject's wine has been knocked over by the Empress. I asked the Empress to throw this subject's name into prison as a warning to others. The feeling of fabricating a crime for herself was truly a subtle one. However, compared to losing his life, there was at least a chance of survival in prison. The knocking stopped abruptly and Empress Chao's face regained its graceful and kind smile. She sighed slightly and said, "Since that's the case, then this Empress can only agree to your request. Don't worry, if your usefulness is proven, this consort won't let you die so easily. You can stay in prison for a while." Ning Shu silently kowtowed. "Thank you, Empress, for your mercy." The tightly shut door made a creaking sound as it slowly opened behind her. A wisp of cold wind entered the oppressive hall, brushing against her back that was already soaked in sweat, causing her to shiver all of a sudden. Looking at the bright light that slipped into the hall at the same time as the cool wind, Ning Shu couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Before she entered the palace, she had repeatedly promised her mother that she would return home safely. Unexpectedly, not only had she broken her promise, she had also become a prisoner. How was she going to explain this? Ning Shu, Ning Shu. Ever since you were reborn, everything you've experienced has been too smooth, making you unconsciously blindly confident. It's good to learn a lesson this time. As she comforted herself in her heart and prepared to leave, she heard Empress Chao's deep and unfathomable voice again. "How much do you know about the plum blossom kiss?" Ning Shu's figure suddenly paused, but she reacted quickly and immediately knelt down again. She said with sincerity, "This subject's daughter doesn't know much. This subject's daughter only accidentally saw a few words in the case records left behind by my late master. It said that this poison is colorless and odorless and is the most terrifying poison in the world. It seems that as the poison deepens, it will grow into a shape similar to a flower. It is very strange. Other than this subject's daughter doesn't know anything else." When she finally walked out of the Phoenix Algae Palace, Ning Shu's vision darkened and she almost couldn't keep her feet steady, because twice, in that extravagant and cold palace, she had almost brushed shoulders with the King of Hell twice. Chapter 247. The palace servants guarding outside the hall could not guess the great waves in her heart at this moment. They were all shocked at what kind of magic this Lady Ning had to be able to escape death from the Empress again. She could be considered a strange person. However, this strange man still ended up in prison. The palace servants sighed as they tied up Ning Shu and sent her to prison. In the past 7 lifetimes, she had been an animal, a beggar, skinned alive, and suffered from the cold and hunger. Even in the 7th lifetime, She had been thrown out as bait by Xiao Yunyi's reincarnation. Before it was her turn to go to jail, she had already been cut into 1,000 pieces and executed on the spot. So for Ning Shu, the experience of being in prison was really the first time a girl had entered a bridal sedan chair. It was very refreshing. The air of the Ministry of Justice's prison was filled with the smell of blood all year round. This nauseating smell had already seeped into the texture of every wall in this prison and could not be washed away. Passing through one rusty iron door after another, Ning Shu was pushed into the deepest cell in the prison with shackles on. The iron lock was ruthlessly locked. Ning Shu looked around and immediately smiled bitterly, because her neighbor was none other than her old friend, the former third prince Xiao Yunyan. This treatment was so high that the old men of the Ministry of Justice thought too highly of her. Now there was something to reminisce about. As expected, Xiao Yunyan, who had been sitting with his back to the prison door, when he found that the new neighbor was her, his fighting spirit was aroused. With a bang, he pounced at her and tightly grabbed the iron bar separating them. He angrily cursed, "It's you? You bitch. It's you who ruined everything for me. I'm going to strangle you to death. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you to pieces." Facing the neighbor's overly enthusiastic greeting, Ning Shu politely declined and distanced herself. She shook her wrist that was in pain from the shackles and slowly said, "How does the third prince want my daughter to die? It's better to think about it first before making a decision. After all, my daughter only has one life. Take your time to think about it. My daughter is tired and will rest for a while. Later, I will accompany you to reminisce." Xiao Yunyan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The jailer originally wanted to stay and watch the show. There had been all kinds of people in the prison of the Ministry of Justice. There were robbers who killed people like scything flax, and there were also relatives of the emperor who offended the emperor. Most of them were either disheartened or scolded crazily after coming in. There were also some who couldn't bear the despair in their hearts and silently hanged themselves with a belt. It was really boring to see too many of them. It was rare to see such a beautiful woman, and he was waiting to see how this beauty would turn pale and sob in fear. He didn't expect that although she looked delicate, she was actually more valiant than those outlaws who killed and robbed. She actually yawned unhurriedly, and then chose a relatively clean haystack to lie down and make up for her interrupted afternoon nap. He was quite a character. The jailer quickly made a judgment in his heart. He decided that it was best not to provoke this rumored Lady Ning. Less than an hour later, in the background of Xiao Yunyan's horse cursing, Ning Shu finally recovered enough energy to open her eyes. She looked at the only small window in the cell that could be ventilated. Based on the intensity of the light, she roughly estimated the time. Ever since she came out of the Phoenix Algae Palace, the news that she had been locked in the prison of the Ministry of Justice should have already reached the Fu. Father must be anxiously thinking of a way to save her. She didn't know if her mother's weak body had been stimulated by the news. In addition, Xiao Qing was very well informed. Nothing that happened in the capital could escape his ears, so he should have begun to act. For some reason, she and Xiao Qing had only known each other for a little more than a month, but she was inexplicably certain that Xiao Qing would not sit by and watch her fall into trouble. Absolutely not. Chapter 248. Pain. It had been a long time since she had felt this kind of pain. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The Ministry of Justice's special solid wooden sticks were made from heavy yellow rosewood. 1 strike was enough to split open a person's skin. Fortunately, the Empress had given special care. The jailer had wrapped the wooden sticks in a thick layer of cotton before the execution, but each strike still caused Ning Shu to break out in a cold sweat. Then the next strike, she was covered in sweat. Not long after, Ning Shu's body was soaked in cold sweat. She couldn't help but start to tremble from the accumulated pain. Ning Shu gritted her teeth and silently endured the punishment for offending the Phoenix countenance. When the 20 strikes were over, she was dizzy. She couldn't even stand up. Her knees gave out, and she fell to the cold, hard ground. After the execution, the jailer said with a cold smile, "Get up quickly. It's only been a few strikes, and you can't take it anymore. You really are a delicate young miss." Ning Shu raised a trembling hand to wipe away the fine layer of sweat on her forehead. She forced herself to stand up and walk back to her cell step by step. She had a bitter smile on her face. 3 days. She had already endured this kind of punishment for 3 whole days. When she had stepped into the prison of the Ministry of Justice, she had already prepared herself. Even if it was for the sake of acting, the Empress would still give her a light punishment. But she hadn't thought that this light punishment would last for 3 days. Even though Chao Ho had already given her some face and ordered people to wrap cotton around the wooden sticks, the bruises from the first day had not yet faded. Then came the second day. The 3 days almost took half of Ning Shu's little life. She knew that there was a warning from the Empress in this. If you were to ask a tiger for its skin, you had to be prepared to deal with the tiger's teeth. This iron-blooded Empress was never an easy person to deal with. 3 days ago, she had been speculating whether it would be her father or Xiahou Qing who would come to save her first. But as time passed, no matter how sure she was, she began to have doubts as time passed. Could it be? No, there was no could it be. The more the situation was like this, the more she couldn't have doubts. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to endure the rest of her days. She kept telling herself to believe in her own judgment, to believe in the people she trusted, to believe in her father, and to believe in Xiahou Qing. He had to believe it. It was a short journey, but it took her the time it took for an incense stick to burn. When she finally returned to the cage, she collapsed on the pile of gray hay and took a deep breath. Beside her, Xiao Yunyan had enough of watching her make a fool of herself. However, at this time, Ning Shu did not even have the strength to bicker with him. She could only let him be. She mocked herself in her heart. Every dog has its day. Look, she's the unlucky one now. The cell door that had just been locked made a creaking sound. Ning Shu's heart skipped a beat and she looked up, but the next moment, the anticipation in her eyes was extinguished. Because the person who came wasn't anyone she was expecting, but Xiao Yuni. This prince is here on mother's orders to give a lecture. I want to see if this bold Ning Shu knows her mistake. Open the cell door for this prince. The young prince stood in front of the cell with one of his subordinates and lifted his chin arrogantly. The Ministry of Justice official who accompanied him hurriedly bowed and went forward to open the cell door with a flattering smile to lead the way. When he reached the cell where Ning Shu was locked up, Xiao Yuni waved his hand and motioned for the official to leave. He walked in front of Ning Shu and looked at Ning Shu's miserable appearance in the cell. Something similar to heartache flashed past his eyes. He then took a deep breath and said with a cold expression, "Shu, do you regret it?" Behind the iron bars, Ning Shu slowly stood up. Enduring the pain, she respectfully bowed to him and confessed in a hoarse voice, "This girl greets your Highness, Sixth Prince. This girl has boldly offended your Highness the Empress and caused your Highness to be unhappy. My heart is filled with regret. I beg your Highness and your Highness to take into account that this girl is young and ignorant and forgive this girl." Xiao Yuni furrowed his eyebrows and suppressed the anger in his chest as he said mockingly, "You know that I'm not asking about this, but you deliberately distanced yourself from me and got close to Xiahou Qing. Now that you've fallen to such a state, he didn't even plead with father for you. Even after he found out that you were sent to the Ministry of Justice's prison, he closed the door and focused on being his young master in his palace. Only I took the risk to come and see you at such a sensitive time. Do you regret it?" Chapter 249. Xiao Yuni's cold words were like needles stabbing at her, making her heart ache. But she was unwilling to show weakness in front of Xiao Yuni, so she continued to maintain a respectful and distant tone. "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. But just as Your Highness said, at such a sensitive time, the Empress is doing her best to plan for Your Highness's bright future. Your Highness should not stay here for too long, lest you fail at the last step and fail to live up to the Empress's painstaking efforts." Being pushed away by her again and again, Xiao Yuni's handsome and cold face looked like it had been slapped. His large hand clenched into a fist, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. He walked to the place closest to Ning Shu and said in a low voice, "Shu, you know that as long as you lower your head, I will take you out. Even if it goes against mother's will, why are you not willing?" Would you rather stay in this filthy and smelly prison and be beaten with sticks every day than accept my kindness to you? In the dark prison, even if it was day, it was as quiet as night. Only the few candles on the wall allowed people to roughly see the scene in front of them. But the pain hidden under Xiao Yunyi's angry eyes still wormed into Ning Shu's watery eyes. She could not help but sigh slightly, lowering her thick and long eyelashes. Ning Shu is very grateful for your highness's kindness to me, but I have already told your highness last time that my daughter's status is low and her reputation is ruined. Please keep a distance from my daughter, your highness. Xiao Yunyi still refused to give up and asked again, Are you sure you don't want to go out with me? Ning Shu bit her lips slightly and said again, Thank you for your kindness, your highness. Xiao Yunyi covered his face and laughed self-deprecatingly. To think that I didn't sleep or rest for the past few days. While dealing with the pressure from father, I still had to send people to search for you. I finally found someone who looks 70% to 80% like you, and was prepared to take the risk to set a trap for you to escape. I didn't think that I would only be moved by myself again. A precious ray of light came in from the only small window left on the wall of the cage and fell on the face of the usually proud and aloof young prince. His appearance was half inherited from Jin Shang and half from his birth mother, Yin Jiaoyi. That vassal prince had presented him. Even in this flourishing harem, he had to admire the beauty of his appearance. However, he was different from Yin Jiaoyi, who was weak and easily bullied. His face was as handsome as a knife, which was hidden in the scabbard when he was enduring, but when he was unsheathed, it was hard and sharp. However, the smile on his face was so bitter that Ning Shu couldn't help but be stunned. He took a deep breath and turned his head away. He took out a white porcelain medicine bottle from his sleeve and threw it in front of Ning Shu. He said in an almost embarrassed manner, Forget it. Since you have made up your mind, then why should I force you? This is the golden wound medicine I brought for you. If you are seriously injured, remember to apply it. It is made by the Imperial Academy of Medicine, so the effect should be good. I will leave now. Try to take care of yourself. After he finished his last sentence, he turned and left. Ning Shu looked at his back. She wanted to say something, but when she opened her mouth, she didn't say a word. She just bent down and silently picked up the white porcelain medicine bottle that had fallen into the haystack. She suddenly remembered that in the distant first life, from the age of 5 to 15, the most important 10 years of a young girl's life, his figure was always by her side. It was so deep, as if it was engraved into her flesh. Even if she had always deliberately ignored it and deliberately avoided it, it was an unchangeable fact. He was the most important witness in her 7-colored and worry-free years. He was even the one she looked forward to the most in her thousands of dreams. She had deeply believed that he had her in his heart. He had always looked at her with such cherishing and burning eyes. How could he not have her? But, he used the bloody reality to fiercely slap her awake. In this life, how could she allow herself to fall into his trap again? Good things in the world were not firm. Colorful clouds scattered easily. Beautiful dreams were just beautiful dreams. The feelings between men and women, no matter how beautiful and sweet it was at the beginning, it was hard to guarantee that it would not fall into a state of being riddled with holes. Then, should she have completely distanced herself from him from the beginning? Her heart couldn't help but flash another pair of eyes that were shockingly beautiful, but had been stolen away by something else. Ning Shu quickly shook her head, shaking away the image that shouldn't have appeared in her mind. It had already been decided. In this life, she had been reborn. She didn't ask for anything else. She only wanted to protect her family's health. The countdown to 17 was getting shorter and shorter. The time until she saw her family's 372 heads being cut off was getting closer and closer. How could she still have the time to think about other things? As for Xiaoqing, they had made an agreement to help each other in the beginning. Then, their relationship could only be maintained as allies. As for the others, Ning Shu silently lowered her eyelashes and clutched her heart. There shouldn't be and couldn't be. Seeing Xiao Yunyi coming out, the official from the Ministry of Justice hurriedly went up to greet him with a fawning smile, opening a path for Xiao Yunyi along the way. He had seen from afar that His Highness the Sixth Prince seemed to be entangled with that eldest Miss Ning and recalled the rumors he had heard before, So his eyes turned and he went forward to probe. Eldest Miss Ning has committed the crime of disrespecting the Empress. According to reason, she should be flogged 20 times a day as punishment. Your Highness the Sixth Prince, do you think this punishment should be? Xiao Yuni glanced behind him, as if giving her a last chance. As long as she spoke to persuade him to stay, or even show a bit of fear and pleading, it would be good. But there was none at all. There was only the same indifference and calmness as before. Xiao Yuni gave an inexplicable chuckle. When he turned back, his face was full of bone-chilling coldness. He narrowed his eyes. His back was facing the candlelight and no light could reach his face. At this moment, his expression was extremely sinister. He lowered his voice and said slowly, "Since she hasn't admitted her mistake, then we'll do it according to the rules. Just remember not to beat her to death or cripple her, understand?" His expression was so cold that the heart of the official from the Ministry of Justice who was about to come forward to curry favor trembled. He hurriedly lowered his head and said, "Yes, I'll follow your Highness' orders." Xiao Yuni raised his feet and walked out of the prison, a cold smile on his face. "Sure, I gave you a chance. You didn't want it, so you can't blame me for the consequences." Chapter 250. The ointment that Xiao Yuni gave her was indeed good. In the next 4 days, Ning Shu could be considered to have personally experienced the outstanding medical skills of the imperial physicians. The day before, her back was swollen from the beating. That night, she applied some medicine on her back and by the next morning, it would have mostly disappeared. However, not long after, she had to undergo a new round of beatings, causing the bruises that had just disappeared to swell up again. The swelling grew higher and higher. It was said that a tiger would be bullied by a dog, but what was she doing now? Being reduced to a turtle shell in prison? It had been 7 days since she had been locked in prison, but other than Xiao Yuni, no one else had come in. This meant that His Majesty had not relented. To think that she, a mere Ning Shu, was actually so feared by the emperor of this world, it was truly an honor. Ning Shu dug out some ointment and applied it gently on her back as she laughed at herself. After applying the ointment, she wiped away the thin layer of cold sweat on her forehead from the pain. Exhaling softly, she lay on the haystack to rest. Looking down, she smelled really sour. Other than the strong ointment smell, there was a strange smell that came from not bathing for a few days. It was already May, and the weather was getting hotter. Even though the prison was colder and more humid than outside, she had not bathed for many days. If this continued, she was going to stink. Disheveled, too disheveled. Even the dignified Duke Ning's plaque was going to be embarrassed because of her. However, when would these days come to an end? Ning Shu was about to fall asleep in a daze from the pain when she suddenly heard a voice. "Miss." This miss was tender and coquettish, worried and sorrowful, mixed with a trembling, sobbing voice. Ning Shu was stimulated to the point she shuddered and sobered up as soon as she heard this. Looking up, she found that the person who came was none other than Forsythia. She was carrying a wooden box and following behind Tan Siwei. Between the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court, one was in charge of punishment and the other was in charge of judgment. They had always been close like a family. Tan Siwei, the Shaoqing of the Supreme Court, was also a guarantee. Moreover, he was a flexible person who knew how to conduct himself. He also stuffed money into each of their pockets. Naturally, the prison guards didn't stop them and let them in. Carrying the wooden box, Lin Xiao ran in impatiently. "Master has been kneeling outside His Majesty's palace for many days, but he still hasn't received His Majesty's permission to come in and see you." Therefore, this servant had no choice but to plead with the Supreme Court's assistant official Tan to bring this servant in to deliver some food to you while he is interrogating the criminals, and at the same time, to check on you in the prison. "Let me take a look. Why did you look so haggard after being in here for a few days? You look thinner than a piece of paper." Her eyes looked up and down Ning Shu's body, and tears flowed down her face as she sobbed. Ning Shu was silent awkwardly. She thought that although she had suffered some physical pain these days, she would lie down and rest whenever she had time. Although the food in prison did not taste good, it was enough to fill her up. So other than looking a little embarrassed, She did not seem to have lost any weight. As for the so-called thinner than a piece of paper, it was too exaggerated. She covered her face and hurriedly got up with the help of the railing. Although she was in a prison and in such a sorry state, Ning Shu did not lack etiquette. She bent her knees and thanked Tan Siwei solemnly. "Thank you for your help, Lord Tan. I will remember it in my heart. If there is a chance in the future, I will repay you generously." Tan Siwei blushed slightly and hurriedly waved his hand. "It's just a small matter. Lady Ning, you don't have to take it to heart. You master and servant must have something to say. I won't disturb you here. If there is anything else I can help with, please don't hesitate to ask Lady Ning." Tan Siwei took his leave. Forsythia hurriedly took out the pastries from the first layer of the wooden box and gave them to Ning Shu through the gap in the iron bars. When she got close to Ning Shu and smelled her body odor, she began to sob again. "Miss, you stink. What kind of life have you been living these days? My heart hurts." She hurriedly ran to the jailer's side and softly begged, "Big brother jailer, my family's young miss has been begging you to make an exception since she was young. Let this servant go in and help my family's young miss change her clothes. It will only take an incense stick's worth of time." A young girl's tears were the world's greatest weapon. With the help of a heavy purse, even a man with a heart of stone couldn't help but waver. The two jailers hesitated for a moment before smacking their lips and saying, all right, hurry up and go in. Come out immediately after changing your clothes. At most half an incense stick's worth of time. If we delay any longer and our superiors find out, even we will be punished." Forsythia smiled through her tears and hurriedly thanked them. "Thank you, brother prison guard. You are really good people. However, my miss is a noble lady. If she changes her clothes in front of men, her reputation will be ruined. Therefore, I have prepared a cloth that will cover the surroundings of the cage later. I hope brother prison guard can understand." The prison guard impatiently waved his hand. All right. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and go change your clothes. Women are troublesome." Forsythia thanked him again. She quickly took out a cloth from the box she carried with her and covered the iron cage. Then, she took the set of clean clothes and walked in. Behind the dense cotton cloth, Forsythia wiped the tears on her face and hurriedly said, "Miss, there is not much time. Let me help you change your clothes quickly." "All right." Then, there was the sound of clothes rubbing together. Under the rustling sound, Ning Shu grabbed Forsythia's wrist and wrote on her palm. "What are you doing in here?" Forsythia blinked her eyes blankly and replied, "Miss, what are you talking about? Of course, I am here to visit you." Ning Shu silently rolled her eyes and mercilessly exposed her. "Stop acting." Huiyamo clicked her tongue and pouted. She lifted the corner of her skirt and looked at the almost perfect dress in confusion. She whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Oh, I thought this time I acted very well and there shouldn't be any flaws. How could Lady Ning see through me?" Ning Shu speechlessly twitched the corner of her mouth. What the hell was that crying? If she heard it again, she would have goosebumps. "Let's get down to business. What do you want to do in here?" Right, business." Huiyamo withdrew his frivolous look and hurriedly returned to the main topic. He rubbed his face and put on an extremely solemn expression. Then he opened his palm and wrote stroke by stroke in front of Ning Shu. "My family Shitzi Yi sent me to ask you. Are you willing to be the future Shitzi Fei of Namping Wangfu?" This short sentence made Ning Shu's heart suddenly stop. Chapter 251. Her breathing also stopped at that moment. She was stunned and almost thought that her eyes were playing tricks on her. After a short pause, her heartbeat recovered at an extremely fast speed. It was beating faster and faster, as if it was going to burst out of her heart. The heat in her palms surged up along her blood vessels, causing her cheeks to burn uncontrollably. She clearly didn't feel the wind, but all her thoughts were blown away. She subconsciously clenched her palm and pressed it against her heart. Her long eyelashes trembled unconsciously. The future princess consort of Prince Namping's mansion. Seeing that Ning Shu was stunned and didn't respond, Huiyamo thought that he wrote too quickly and she didn't see it clearly. So he reached out and gently pushed her hand, then wrote again on her palm. That sentence, a total of 15 words, once again appeared in front of her eyes, stroke by stroke. It was like a gust of wind from afar, silently and violently blowing on her heart, not stopping until the spring water in her heart was wrinkled. Ning Shu took a deep breath and silently mouthed, "I saw it clearly." Huiyamo blinked and drew a big question mark, asking her answer, "Yes or no? Choose one of the two." Ning Shu gently bit her lower lip. Her thick black eyelashes trembled rapidly, and she didn't answer for a moment. Huiyamo looked at her in puzzlement. Did she still need to think about this question? It was simply the simplest question in the world. What kind of person was his Shitsi? He had money, power, talent, and appearance. The girls who wanted to marry into Prince Nanping's mansion could line up from the capital all the way to Yunnan province. In his heart, his master was the most unparalleled person in the world. Those ordinary girls were definitely not worthy of him. However, although this Lady Ning's reputation was bad, she had a clever mind and was quick to make decisions. She had solved 2 tangled and complicated mysteries in a row, which made him gasp in amazement. She barely passed. As for her appearance, well, although she was a bit embarrassed now, she would be as bright as a pearl after dressing up a little. When she stood together with his master, they were like a pair of jade. They were very compatible. He was very confident that she would definitely nod. But before he could feel confident for long, she moved her hand away from her chest. She seemed to have made a decision. She raised her head and slowly shook it at him. Huimo's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He lost his voice and said, "Why?" The 3 words that came out of his mouth immediately attracted the attention of the jailer who was guarding outside. "What's wrong? What's going on inside?" "Why? Miss, why did you disrespect Her Majesty the Empress to the point that you suffered such a great crime and suffered so many injuries? Woo, miss, you should change in the future." The prison guards urged, "Half an incense stick's time is almost up. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Change your clothes and come out immediately." Huiyamo mumbled a few words and glared at Ning Shu with dissatisfaction. But now was not the time to ask. There was not enough time and the place was not right, so he could only sulk. Ning Shu could only quickly write on his palm, "I know that your Shitsi is kind and wants to use this opportunity to save me. However, on the one hand, I have already been feared by His Majesty. Becoming the future Shitsi consort of Nanping Wang's mansion is a chance for me to escape, but for your Nanping Wang's mansion, it will only be a burden. On the other hand," Ning Shu's fingertips paused and a blurred light flashed through her green eyes. Then she continued to write, "Marriage is not a trifling matter. Although I am suffering some physical pain in prison now, my life is not in danger. When the time comes and His Majesty's anger subsides, he should let me out for my father's sake. If in order to save me, His Highness Shitsi consort agreed to the marriage lightly, I will feel guilty." Chapter 252. That person was the most amazing stroke in the painting of mountains and rivers. He was the most refreshing piece of ice under the summer sun. If it was just to save her, she would accept his kindness. But she couldn't accept it. Moreover, she had already decided that before she broke the curse of the 9 clans at the age of 17, completed the covenant with Xiahou Qing, and found the final answer to this series of mysteries, she shouldn't and didn't have time to think about other things. "Well, I reluctantly accept your explanation." Huiyamo pouted, squatted down and quickly took out the tools hidden at the bottom of the wooden box. Then he took out a human skin mask from his chest. "His Highness said that if you don't want to, I will change you. Don't worry, I have already prepared the tools. No one will expose it." Ning Shu frowned. "But the punishment is every day." Huiyamo waved his hand disdainfully. "I have been practicing bone shrinking since I was a child. Every day my bones are broken and remodeled. The few sticks of the Ministry of Justice are hard work for you soft girls, but in my eyes, it is lighter than a bite of an ant. I will just lie here and rest for a few days. If someone comes to interrogate me, I will pretend to be injured and weak. I will try not to move or speak. Don't worry, I will act according to the circumstances." The jailer outside urged again. Huiyamo hurriedly whispered, "Hurry up, don't hesitate. If we are discovered by the jailer, both of us will be finished." I must complete the order given by Shitsi. Otherwise, I will not have the face to go back to see Shitsi. In addition, Shitsi has encountered a problem. I can't do anything outside. He needs your help to solve it. The jailers urged for a long time, but they didn't see anyone coming out. They impatiently went forward to tear the cloth. Finally, the delicate girl came out. Thank you for waiting for a long time. My miss has changed her clothes. They went forward and carefully looked around. They didn't find any problem. They searched the haystack and the broken quilt again. They didn't find anything extra. Then they said, okay, hurry up and pack up and leave. You shouldn't stay in the Ministry of Justice for so long. There won't be a next time. Therefore, Ning Shu, who was disguised as Forsythia, was driven out. She hadn't seen the sun for 7 days. As soon as she walked out of the Ministry of Justice, Ning Shu was almost blinded by the bright light. She knew that there were several pairs of eyes staring at her from behind. She forced herself to straighten her back so that she didn't show any flaws. It wasn't until she turned a corner and was completely out of the sight of the Ministry of Justice's guards that she held onto the wall beside her and slowly bent her knees. This body had been pampered for many years, receiving the most precious care from her parents. 7 days of injuries from the rod had drained all of her strength. She ordered herself to get up quickly and leave this place, but just as she took half a step with difficulty, her vision turned black and she fell towards the cold, hard ground. Before she lost consciousness, she thought, it's over. I've fallen head-on. This time, my pretty face is going to be disfigured. A pair of hands reached out in time to support her and half pulled her into an embrace. Ning Shu moved the tip of her nose and vaguely recognized the familiar fragrance of Du Hong. Then she finally relaxed and allowed herself to faint. Xiahou Qing turned his face and frowned slightly. He asked Jusi, who was serving beside him, is it her? Jusi stepped forward and removed a corner of the mask on Ning Shu's face. He nodded. Yes? Why are you so much lighter? The sound of your footsteps is also shallow and weak. Xiahou Qing whispered. He held her steady with one hand and touched her forehead with the other. It was boiling hot. Chapter 253. Feeling the burning temperature under his palm, Xiahou Qing frowned even more and made a prompt decision. Go back to the mansion and invite the best doctor in the capital. Yes. Jusi immediately waved his hand and ordered the guards to drive the carriage over. Seeing Xiahou Qing bend down and pick up Ning Shu, Jusi stepped forward and said, Subordinate, come down. Xiahou Qing shook his head. No, I'll do it. You can guide me. Except for Huimo and Jusi, who were close to him, he usually didn't like to be touched by others. But Ning Shu was the only one he didn't want to let others touch, not even Jusi. He couldn't see, so he could only judge whether the weather was good or gloomy by the degree of heat of the light shining on his body. He clearly felt that the sun in May disappeared. A gust of wind came from the sky. In the distance, people shouted in panic, it's windy. Take back the things that are drying in the sun. Be careful not to be blown away by the wind. The slender girl in his arms was like the wind in May. She had barged into his life without warning, and her throat was almost broken by him. Because of his inexplicable hesitation, he released the hand that was pinching her soft neck. Then, they were entangled until now. He never knew what she looked like. He only felt that she was cunning and thick-skinned. Later, when they solved cases side by side and gradually became familiar with each other, he found that under her oily skin, there was a heart softer and firmer than anyone else. So, when he knew that she offended the Empress and was sent to prison, he suddenly came up with a solution. If she became the princess consort of the Nanping mansion, even if His Majesty didn't like it, he would let her out for the sake of the Nanping mansion. This idea was too fleeting. Even he didn't understand the reason. Emotion had defeated reason, and he ordered Huimo to sneak into the prison and pass it to her. This kind of impulse was unique in his calm, indifferent, and well-planned life. But the answer after the impulse was, after gently placing Ning Shu on the soft cushion in the carriage, Xiahou Qing smiled faintly. He already knew. She didn't feel disappointed, but there was an inexplicable sense of relief. Her decision wasn't wrong. He was destined to die in this kind of life, so he shouldn't involve anyone else. The best ending was to stay away from them and forget about them. When Ning Shu woke up, it was already evening. She should have been fed some medicine, so she didn't feel dizzy. The injuries on her back were also much better. She had been cleaned and changed into clean underwear, exuding a faint medicinal fragrance. She raised her head and looked out of the window. The sky had been washed clean by the rain and was now clear and bright. Purple clouds filled the sky and dyed the gauze-like clouds. It was so beautiful that it was like being in a painting. Ning Shu stared in a daze for a long time before she heard the footsteps of a maidservant. "Miss has woken up. The meal has been prepared. Miss, please put on your clothes and move to the parlor." As expected of someone trained by Prince Nanping, this maidservant was also a woman of few words. After a simple explanation, she put down a stack of clean and tidy clothes and turned to leave. Ning Shu got up and walked over to unfold it. When she saw it, she was silent. It was actually a guard's uniform, the same as Juicy Huey's. The most amazing thing was that there was a pair of specially made shoes beside it. They looked the same on the outside, but when she looked inside, she found that there was something hidden inside. The heels were specially made high and thick, as if a stilt was stuffed inside. It mercilessly laughed at her for being short. Ning Shu looked at it for a long time speechlessly. She sighed and put it on. The thick shoes were very awkward to wear. Ning Shu walked around the room a few times before she got used to it. Under the guidance of the maidservant, she came to the parlor. Xiao Qing was already waiting there. There was a very sumptuous meal on the table. Ning Shu's favorite food, dragon soup of the 4 seas, white jade fish balls, and sweet and sour shredded papaya. Without needing to get close, the aroma could be smelled. Ning Shu had been in prison for many days. When she saw these delicacies, there was only one word left in her mind: hunger. She couldn't even see Xiao Qing next to her. Hearing Ning Shu's footsteps, Xiao Qing lifted his chin slightly and said lightly, "The doctor said that you should wake up at this time." He was right. "Juicy, add an extra reward." Her eyes moved from the delicacies to Xiao Qing. Ning Shu's cheeks blushed slightly. "Thank you, Shitzi, for saving me again and finding a doctor to treat me." Before she could finish thanking him, Xiao Qing raised his hand and interrupted her. "Juicy will pay the reward and the medical expenses first. Remember to pay him back when you recover." Ning Shu felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on her. Chapter 254. Ning Shu chuckled and said with a fake smile, "Your Highness is indeed as generous as before." Xiao Qing did not take it seriously and said, "Judging from the strength of your clenched teeth, you have recovered most of your vitality. It seems that you can start working tonight." Ning Shu gathered her clothes and sat opposite Xiao Qing. She blinked and asked, "What do you mean?" "I have already sent someone to tell Duke Ning that you have been safely released from prison and asked him not to worry too much. However, in order to prevent others from noticing, you can't return to the Duke's mansion for the time being. Since I'm lacking a personal bodyguard, you'll temporarily take over Huema's position and stay in the Nanping mansion to serve me." This arrangement was reasonable, and she couldn't think of any reason to refuse. Ning Shu was so touched that she rolled her eyes. She picked up the jade chopsticks and pierced the fragrant and soft white jade fishball on the plate. Just as she was about to put it into her mouth, she suddenly stopped. "Then the food on the table, as well as my accommodation in the Nanping mansion for a period of time. Won't I pay for it myself?" Although he couldn't see it, he could imagine how pleasing Ning Shu's gloomy expression was. Xiao Qing was pleased, and a chuckle escaped from the bottom of his throat. "Don't worry, eat. This meal is what I promised you before. It's a reward for successfully solving the case. As for the accommodation, it will be paid with your salary." "Then I won't be polite," Ning Shu said perfunctorily, and put the fish ball into her mouth and began to devour it. After 2 big bowls of soup, Ning Shu was relieved. Like Xiao Qing, she slowly chewed and swallowed. At the same time, she briefly explained to Xiao Qing what had happened to her. After the meal, Xiao Qing took the hot handkerchief that Juicy handed over. Behind him was the last trace of sunset. The hazy purple smoke made him look particularly otherworldly. He waved his hand and ordered the others to leave. He also ordered Ju Si to guard around. After a moment of silence, he said, "So, His Majesty has a great suspicion of the Empress?" Ning Shu nodded. "Yes, so he used the matter of killing me to test her. It seems that there is a huge gap between the seemingly harmonious Emperor and Empress. The last two cases were the fuse of the explosion, and I accidentally became a small fish caught in the fire of the city gate. It was really sad. What kind of luck was this?" After self-mourning, Ning Shu quickly had a doubt. Logically, since Empress Chao can sit on the Phoenix chair for 25 years, she must have won His Majesty's heart. Where did this hostility come from? Sometimes, the person sitting on the throne is not determined by who that person is, but by what their surname is. You should know that 25 years ago, Empress Zhou and the Zhou family behind her were destroyed. And in that palace chaos that no one can explain, Empress Zhou went crazy and killed her sister's son, who was the crown prince at the time. Then she set fire to herself, which indirectly facilitated His Majesty's ascension to the throne. And in that palace chaos, according to a few words that my father accidentally revealed, the Chao family made great contributions. So, this Phoenix seat can only have the surname Chao. Even if it is not this Empress Chao, it will be another. As for the hostility between them, I cannot speak without evidence. I can only make a guess. Xiahou Qing's voice was low and pleasant to the ear, like a faint zither. But under the gentle and low sound of the zither, there was a kind of unknown soul-stirring. "Have you heard of an old matter? A matter that no one dares to mention about the fight between the eldest and second sons in the womb?" Ning Shu lowered her eyebrows and carefully recalled. "I seem to have heard that His Majesty's eldest son is the third prince, Xiao Yunyan. In fact, there were two other princes many years ago. But those two princes died suddenly when they were born. As for the inside story, I do not know." Xiahou Qing nodded and slowly said, "The rumor is true. Those two princes did die suddenly when they were born. Because of this, His Majesty mourned for several months, so much so that he did not attend court. It was only when the third prince was born that things eased. As for the two eldest and second sons who died young, one of their birth mothers is the current Empress Chao, while the other was the one who was most doted on by His Majesty and grew up with His Majesty, concubine Jiang." Chapter 255. This was related to the secrets of the harem. Ning Shu's heart trembled. She put down her chopsticks and listened quietly. In the first year of Tianzhe, His Majesty ascended the throne and sealed the 6 palaces. The first daughter of the Grand Tutor, Chao Shi, was the Empress. The second daughter of the Guanwen Hall's Grand Scholar, Jiang Shi, was the imperial concubine. The rest were Zhao Yi, beauties, and talents, all over 70. Ning Shu calculated with her fingers. At that time, His Majesty was in the prime of his life. He ascended the throne after the previous crown prince was killed by Empress Zhou for no reason. 3 years without an heir. He must be under pressure and suspicion from all sides. He must be burning with anxiety. Yes. Under these circumstances, the imperial physician came to report that imperial concubine Jiang was pregnant. His Majesty's dragon heart was overjoyed, so he announced to the imperial harem. If imperial concubine Jiang gave birth to a prince, he would be conferred the title of crown prince. But coincidentally, 2 days later, Empress Chao also gave a pregnancy pulse. Ah, something big is going to happen. Ning Shu reacted quickly and immediately thought of the crux of the problem. According to the imperial family's rule that the first wife is first, not the first wife. If Empress Chao gave birth to a prince, then regardless of whether the child in imperial concubine Jiang's womb was a boy or a girl, Empress Chao's son should be the crown prince. But the mistake was His Majesty's surprise promise. If one of the 2 imperial concubines was pregnant with a princess, then it would be fine. Otherwise, the imperial harem would be in chaos. The descendants of ordinary rich families could also fight for the family property, and some of them could even commit murder. She had solved several similar cases with her master when she was young, not to mention sitting on the throne of the country. That was the next emperor of Great Yu, the ruler of millions of people, and the son of the future Empress Dowager. It would be strange if nothing big happened. You guessed correctly. After the imperial physician took the pulse, They concluded that the two imperial concubines' wombs had the appearance of a dragon child. Thus, the imperial court fell into a fierce dispute. One side supported the rule set by the ancestors, and the other side said that His Majesty's words were golden. There was no reason for him to go back on his words. The two sides refused to give way to each other, and the dispute became more and more intense. His Majesty had a headache, so he finally made a decision. Whichever of the two concubines gave birth to the eldest son would be the crown prince. Next, everyone's eyes fell on the two concubines' bellies. On the surface, everything seemed calm until the day of labor. Imperial concubine Jiang and Empress Chao gave birth one after the other, not even an hour apart. After a whole night of labor, the first to be carried to the delivery room was the Empress' legitimate son. Xiahou Qing's voice was as concise and plain as ever, but the shocking scenes hidden in his words made Ning Shu very curious. What happened after that? The emperor appointed the eldest son? But why did they die one after another? No one was appointed because the eldest son was found to be stillborn after he was born, and concubine Zhang's son was poisoned to death within 24 hours of his birth. Ning Shu took a deep breath. The two princes, who were highly anticipated by His Majesty, had caused such a big dispute. Who would have thought that it would end up like this? Ning Shu subconsciously covered her chest and asked in a low voice, "Who poisoned the second prince that imperial concubine Jiang gave birth to? Could it be Chao?" She was too suspicious. Her own child was born to be stillborn, and she was heartbroken. How could she allow someone else's child to steal the position of crown prince? At first, imperial concubine Jiang's target was Empress Chao, but in the end, it was found that imperial concubine Jiang had poisoned herself. The reason was that in order to compete for the position of the eldest son, she used medicine to bring forward the time of labor. She didn't expect that the fetus would suffer from a deficiency. Imperial concubine Jiang simply poisoned Empress Chao to take the position of empress. After His Majesty knew the inside story, he banished imperial concubine Jiang to the cold palace, never to see the light of day again. After that, there was excessive grief, so much so that there was no funeral. After hearing this, Ning Shu's heart was in a daze. She couldn't help but sigh. No one would have thought that two women, who were at the peak of their power, would end up in such a state. Imperial concubine Jiang had been in the cold palace for 25 years, and even her name had been forgotten by the world. Empress Chao had not been able to conceive a child after that, so she could only choose someone else's child to be her weapon. Fate was indeed full of twists and turns, and it didn't follow the will of the people. The hostility between the emperor and empress had probably started from that matter. She thought for a moment and said, "But imperial concubine Jiang deliberately used medicine to bring forward the time of labor. Why was the empress still one step ahead? Moreover, after the second prince was born, the imperial physicians should have quickly discovered his deficiency. Why did the imperial physicians only confess after the poison was discovered? Doesn't your highness feel that these 2 points are suspicious?" Xiahou Qing picked up the teacup by his hand and took a sip. He slowly got up and walked to the window. Whether or not there are suspicions has already been decided. The truth of many things is not based on the matter, but on the person. The sunset behind him had already disappeared, and the deep blue and almost black night gradually appeared with starlight. The evening wind gently swept his ink-colored hair, flying into the wind. He raised his hand, and the few birds that had eaten their fill and were jumping around happily flapped their tender yellow wings and fought to land on the back of his hand and shoulder. Moreover, the matter from 20 years ago, those who knew the details either sealed their mouths or were unable to speak again. As for the specific truth, who can say for sure? Let's not pursue the past. Chapter 256. It was May. Even in the Nanping mansion, the charcoal braziers had long been removed. Juicy had mixed some mint into the dew-hung incense that Xiahou Qing was used to. On this early summer night, it was refreshing and pleasant, curling up in spirals. However, there was a place in the harem that, even in the hottest summer, when one stepped in, it would still make one shiver abruptly and feel cold from the depths of their hearts. Empress Chao's face was cold as she stepped through the threshold of the withered vermilion paint. She stepped over pieces of broken and missing bricks and walked into the tomb-like palace. There was no heat or candlelight in the palace. There was only an old and hoarse voice singing a tuneless nursery rhyme in a low voice. Lingshan guard, several times we met in the dream. Couldn't bear to put down the brush, paper full of blood and tears. Lingshan guard, every blade of grass and every tree is haggard. It is said that Lingshan is 1,000 feet high, and it is difficult to find a red rose. Lingshan guard, how many feelings are in the world? Every day in the sky, I see wild geese flying to the south, but I don't see old friends. My heart is broken. The palace maids held the lamp. Empress Chow walked in front of a shabby cupboard in the midst of the noisy and ear-piercing nursery rhyme. She raised her chin. The palace servants accompanying her immediately moved the cupboard aside and found the deposed concubine Jiang Shi hiding behind it. Jiang Shi had a head of messy white hair and wore an old palace dress. She held an ugly doll carved from wood in her arms. It had no eyes or nose, only a large mouth drawn. There was a pool of blood-red paint on the side of the mouth. It looked particularly frightening at night. However, she turned a blind eye to it. Instead, she treated it like a treasure in the world, holding the doll in her arms and gently shaking it. Empress Chow lowered her eyes and expressionlessly looked at her almost crazy appearance. Her voice was like cold steel. "It's you, right?" Jiang Shi turned a deaf ear and continued to hum her messy rhyme. Lingshan guard, the annual cold star falls. Last year's star was in the north, but who is this year's cold star? Empress Chow bent down and grabbed her arm. She pulled her out of the dark corner and pulled her to her feet. "Jiang Chizu, don't pretend to be deaf and mute. You're the one who's been sneaking around behind my back. You're the one who's been playing tricks, aren't you?" Jiang Shi stared at her with those empty eyes. She did not speak and was also like a wooden person. This hellish cold palace had long turned her from a stunning beauty into a withered old woman. Only the outline of her face could be vaguely recognized. When she was young, she was once the most beautiful rose in this harem. "Are you afraid?" After a long while, she slowly laughed. Her empty face looked particularly frightening at this moment. She approached Empress Chow's eyes and whispered, "So you also know fear?" "Ha ha ha, our great Yu dynasty's most honorable empress, whose hands are stained with the blood of so many people, unexpectedly also know fear." "Baby, did you hear that? It's too funny." "Ah." Empress Chow fiercely slapped her face. "What is there to be afraid of? Simply absurd. Slap her face." Several palace maids immediately stepped forward and grabbed Jiang Shi. One slap after another landed on Jiang Shi's face. Soon, her face was swollen. In the midst of the slapping, Empress Chow sternly said, "At that time, that slut who pretended to be Consort Wan suddenly committed suicide in the cold palace. As for old Princess Yu, I remember that you were close friends with her when you were young, and your relationship was very close. Did you do something to both of these things? How did you get the plum blossom kiss?" Jiang Shi spat out a mouthful of blood from her mouth dizzily. She smiled and said, "Guess." Empress Chow also smiled. Her smile was incomparably cold. She whispered, "Then you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." She coldly waved her wide sleeves. Kaibin immediately understood and stepped forward. She snatched the wooden doll that Jiang Shi was holding tightly. Starting from the four limbs, she broke them one by one and crushed them under her feet. Jiang Shi immediately collapsed. She desperately struggled. Snot and tears flowed down her face. Her forehead hit the ground. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Give my baby back to me. Empress, I admit my mistake. I didn't do it. I don't know what happened. I was trapped in this cold palace every day. I didn't know what happened outside. It really wasn't me, it wasn't. My baby." Admiring her crying appearance, Empress Chow narrowed her eyes as if she was thinking about something. After a moment, she finally ordered people to let go. Jiang Shi crawled like a dog to the broken doll and wailed in pain. Empress Chow lowered her head to look at her. Her lips hooked into a smile. Her eyes were sharper and more ruthless than a blade. "Whether it was you or not, Ben Gong is not afraid. 22 years ago, you lost to me. In this life, you are destined to be defeated by me. Someone come. Continue to serve her well for this consort. You must serve her until she doesn't fall ill or suffer any disasters and lives a long life. This consort wants her to personally witness the day this consort's child ascends to the throne, and this consort ascends to the position of Empress Dowager. Chapter 257. After the sunset, it was indeed a clear night. After dinner, Xiahou Qingqing coughed softly. The new little guard of the Nanping mansion, Ning Shu, twitched her mouth and, respectfully, helped the prince to move to the Chuanxing pavilion. At the same time, she counted it as digestion. Ning Shu had been here several times, but this was the first time she stopped to admire the pavilions. The long corridor was filled with lush flowers and plants, exuding a faint fragrance. The long corridor spread out in all directions. Under the slightly slanted eaves that were shaped like swallowtails, there were many palace lanterns, illuminating the entire Nanping mansion as if it was daytime. The moon above her head gradually brightened, and the stars gradually extinguished. Under the palace lanterns, there were long tassels that fluttered gently in the wind, tickling Ning Shu's cheeks. She raised her head to look at one of the palace lanterns and saw that the immortal's hand was pointing at the moon. Under such circumstances, there was an indescribable feeling. Ning Shu found it very interesting and subconsciously said, "Your Highness, look." Before she finished speaking, she stopped because she suddenly remembered that this immortal-like man standing under the lanterns couldn't see anything. A faint sourness filled her heart. Xiahou Qing turned his face. "What's the matter?" Ning Shu reacted and hurriedly said, "Nothing. I just suddenly remembered that Huiyamo told me that your Highness encountered a new trouble and needed my assistance. I wanted to ask what kind of trouble it is." Xiahou Qing's white jade-like face flashed with an unfathomable expression. "That trouble is in the Chuanxing pavilion. You will know when you arrive later." Ning Shu, who had her curiosity piqued, no longer had the leisure to wander around the mansion. She quickened her pace and went straight to the Chuanxing pavilion. Xiahou Qing, who was being supported by her, frowned. "What's the hurry? That trouble doesn't have legs and won't run away." Ning Shu said seriously, "As the saying goes, curiosity kills the cat. But my cat is different from ordinary cats. If my curiosity isn't satisfied, I will die even faster." Even Xiahou Qing revealed a rare look of speechlessness. The lanterns in the Chunxing pavilion were already lit. Seeing them come in, Juicy bent down to set up the tea set, and then helped Xiahou Qing to sit under the west screen window, where he was accustomed to sitting. "Juicy, take that thing out." "Yes." Juicy walked to the treasure shelf with his back facing Ning Shu. He pressed a button somewhere, and a small box popped out. Juicy brought the box to Ning Shu and opened it. A piece of paper? Ning Shu's curiosity was piqued. She took it out and read it out slowly. "If you want to solve the mystery of the plum blossom kiss, marry chomping first. Then you'll find the answer." Ning Shu's eyes widened in astonishment. "This is..." Xiahou Qing rolled up his sleeves and slowly ground his tea. 3 days ago, this note suddenly appeared on my desk. There was no seal, no signature, and only a few words. Ning Shu subconsciously took 2 steps forward and asked, "Your Highness, did you find out who did it?" Then she realized that this question was too stupid. If they could find out who did it, this trouble wouldn't be a problem. She turned her mind and carefully observed the handwriting on the note in her hand. Just from the handwriting alone, it should be written by a woman. She used the popular hairpin-style small regular script in the boudoir. It was neat and tidy, and the strokes were neat. She was gentle and beautiful without losing her heroic spirit. She should be a person with a strong temperament. From the content of the note, it is obvious that she knows something about the secret of the plum blossom kiss and is preparing to use it as a trump card to threaten your Highness. In addition, she didn't call the 13th princess by her honorific title, but by her maiden name, Changping. She is either a sister or an elder of the 13th princess. The only person who knows the 13th princess's feelings for your Highness and is willing to painstakingly plan for her to fulfill her wishes. Xiahou Qing put down the teacup in his hand. The silver pot on the red clay stove next to him was already making light sounds. He wasn't in a hurry and waited patiently. I sent Tianwan to sneak into Prince Yu's residence and take a copy of old Princess Yu's handwriting. It is exactly the same as the handwriting on the note. Chapter 258. But old Princess Consort Yu is already dead. Ning Shu frowned. 9 days ago, she died in front of her eyes. That was irrefutable. Xiahou Qing nodded in agreement. So, it can't be old Princess Consort Yu's doing? Then there's only one explanation. Old Princess Consort Yu prepared this note before she died, and then arranged for someone to sneak into the prince's mansion and leave it there. Ning Shu thought for a moment before asking, then 3 days ago, did anyone visit the prince's mansion? There was one. It was an envoy from southern Yin who came to the capital. He was very obsessed with chess. Because he heard that my skills were outstanding, he specially sent a letter to play a game with me. However, after he finished his lunch, he left. The time of his departure was not past the hour of the sun, and the time of this note was at the 3rd quarter of the sun. The envoy from southern Yin originally came to ask for the princess's hand in marriage, and the 13th princess was the chosen candidate for this marriage. He had no reason to take the initiative to destroy this marriage. Moreover, the time doesn't match, so the possibility of it being him is very small. Ning Shu slowly shook her head, rejecting this too obvious guess. She hurriedly scooped some water from the water mirror beside her, dipped her finger in it, and repeatedly wrote on the small table in front of her, the 3rd quarter of the sun. That's about the same time as the current time. The water in the silver pot boiled, and the sound of bubbles popping could be heard. Juicy bent down and carefully handed the handle of the pot to Xiahou Qing. His slender fingers held the small pot and slowly poured the water from the pot into the freshly ground tea bowl. Yes, because every day before going to sleep at the hour of the sun, I would come here to grind tea or sit for a while. Ning Shu gently tilted her head. Your Highness, have you ever told anyone about this habit? I mean, other than the people in the prince's mansion. Xiahou Qing slightly raised his chin and asked, do you know? Ning Shu shook her head. The sound of the water continued to flow. Xiahou Qing's voice was low. Then there's no one else. It sounded like a casual sentence, but for some reason, it suddenly made Ning Shu blush a little. His words just now seemed to imply that if she didn't know about it, no one else had the right to know about it. She knew many things that other people didn't know about like the back of her hand. He had thousands of secrets, and if he had to find someone to share them with, it could only be her. He had clearly only said a few words. How could she make so many connections? Perhaps he didn't have any of these intentions at all. She was just flattering herself. She turned her face to the side and let the breeze outside the window blow away the inexplicable thoughts in her mind. Then, she lowered her head and continued to think about business. She lowered her eyes and walked to Xiahou Qing's side. She knelt down and said in a low voice, so the possibility of this note being written by someone close to your Highness is very high. Because other than the people in the Wang Fu, no one could find out the little habits and details of His Highness' daily life. So, there are 2 possibilities. First, it was a guard or servant girl in the Wang Fu who was bribed by old Princess Yu to do this. They are familiar with all the big and small affairs in the Wang Fu, and are most likely to do this without being noticed. Second, it was a conspiracy. Someone secretly told someone about His Highness' daily habits, and that person took the opportunity to sneak into the Wang Fu and put down the note. With the help of the informant, they sneaked out without anyone noticing. Juicy said, the second possibility is impossible. Everyone in the Wang Fu, including the helpers in the kitchen who are responsible for washing vegetables, I know their appearance, habits, family background, and other information by heart. It's impossible for a stranger to sneak in. Moreover, before the incident happened, Hui Mo had always been in the Wang Fu. No one could fool his eyes by disguising themselves, not to mention the 80 guards who randomly patrol the entire Wang Fu every day. Ning Shu's finger tapped on the drawing just now. In that case, it can only be the first possibility. From what I know, most of the people in His Highness's Wang Fu are trusted aides who were brought over from Cloud Swallow Province. However, the Wang Fu is still lacking some people to do chores. Aside from the people who were originally in charge of cleaning and guarding the gates, there are also some people who were arranged by His Majesty's Internal Affairs Department. These two groups of people are more likely to have been bribed by old Princess Yu. Perhaps we can start by investigating them one by one. Also, she paused and suddenly thought of something. However, that thought seemed to be too frightening, and she didn't know where to start. In front of her, the finely ground tea powder gave off a refreshing aroma after being brewed in the boiling water. Xiahou Qing took the tea sieve from Juicy and slowly filtered the tea dregs. Other than the soft sound of the green tea flowing through the sieve, the room was silent. Only Ning Shu suddenly clenched her fists, and a cold sweat silently formed. After all the steps were completed, Xiahou Qing pushed a cup of fragrant celadone in front of Ning Shu and said, "What else? Why didn't you continue?" Faced with Xiahou Qing's questioning, Ning Shu's thick and long eyelashes fluttered. She took a light breath and said in a voice as low as a mosquito's buzz, "I wanted to say that there might be another possibility, and that is, she wanted to say the words several times, but because it was too scary, she couldn't squeeze them out of her throat." Xiahou Qing smiled and said faintly, "I know what you want to say. You want to say, could the person who put the note be the person who has been hiding by my side and giving me the plum blossom kiss time and time again?" Chapter 259. He said it too casually, but it made Ning Shu clench her fists even tighter, to the point where she felt a slight prickling pain. A person's life started from a newborn baby, grew into an ignorant and tender child, explored the world for the first time, and then became a high-spirited youth. Wuling was young in the east of Jin City, riding a silver saddle and white horse in the spring breeze. It should have been a bright and beautiful time, but he was tightly strangled by something called the plum blossom kiss. It was like a ghost claw from hell, stealing away the most important things he walked in the world. From then on, he could not taste 100 flavors, could not smell a fragrance, and all kinds of ugliness had nothing to do with him. The most frightening thing was that the hateful ghost claw had been hiding by his side, ready to steal his next feeling at any time, making him a cripple who had lost all 5 senses. Just thinking about this kind of fear made her hair stand on end. Then, what kind of entanglement would Xiahou Qing, who was really experiencing all of this, have to bear? Taking a sip of tea and putting it down, Xiahou Qing leisurely said, "I actually hope it is this kind." Then, these 11 years of confusion, hesitation, and fear, the mystery that has been trying to torment me every day and night, maybe I can finally solve it before I die. "You won't die," Ning Shu subconsciously shouted with both hands on the table. Seeing the slightly stunned expression on Xiahou Qing's face, Ning Shu realized that she had been a bit too excited. She turned her face away in embarrassment, but after a moment, she said softly but seriously, I will do everything I can to help your highness find out who poisoned you. I will not let your majesty die so easily." Xiahou Qing's light-colored lips lifted slightly, drawing an arc like a warm breeze stirring the spring water. Her fingertips, which were coated with a thin layer of calluses, gently slid the rim of the cup that she had just drunk from. "Then, I'll give myself to you." Ning Shu, the heat that had just disappeared from her face, immediately boiled. Was she overthinking things? What he meant was that he was handing his life over to her, but why did it sound like she was imagining things? She raised her head to look at the bright moon in the sky outside the window and said cheerfully, "The moonlight tonight is really nice." Xiahou Qing smiled faintly and said nothing more. After pretending to admire the moon for a while, Ning Shu's gaze returned to the note. "Then, how does your highness intend to deal with the matter on this note?" "I'll leave it to you. What do you think I should do?" Ning Shu looked up at him and carefully said, "If we can really get the secret of the plum blossom kiss, then marrying the 13th princess may be the fastest and cheapest way." Xiahou Qing's faintly discernible smile suddenly froze, turning into an extremely cold sneer. "You mean I should accept the threat?" She knew that what she was going to say next might make him unhappy, but her rationality told her that even so, she still had to say it. "I know your highness hates being threatened, but this may be the only way to solve the mystery and save your highness's life. Since old Princess Yu set up this trap before her death, it must have been carefully planned. If your highness refuses, then..." Before she finished speaking, Xiahou Qing had already stood up indifferently. She couldn't see his eyes through the layer of black brocade, but his face seemed to be frozen with a layer of ice as he mocked. Is it that in your heart, it doesn't matter to you who I marry because it has nothing to do with you? Chapter 260. Ning Shu's mouth froze. Seeing Xiahou Qing turning to leave, she was stunned and hurriedly got up to chase after him. No, I don't mean that. I just hope that your highness. Xiahou Qing didn't turn his head. His dark robe floated into the night. His voice was as cold as his voice. No need to explain. I don't have the leisure to waste time with you. I want to rest. Juicy, let's go. There was no time to tidy up the things on the table. Juicy waved his hand and asked two guards to deal with it. He immediately followed. When he brushed past Ning Shu, Juicy paused for a moment and said softly, "This note appeared 3 days ago, and today is the day His Highness ordered Hui Mo to sneak into the Ministry of Justice's prison to deliver the message. Miss Ning, you have failed His Highness." After Juicy finished speaking, he quickly followed Xiahou Qing's footsteps and helped him into the night of Namping King's mansion. Ning Shu stood in the same place. Her heart felt like it was pierced by a needle. She couldn't breathe for a moment. She understood what Juicy meant. Xiahou Qing understood what she thought. If he was really afraid of death and accepted the marriage with 13th Princess, then he wouldn't have sent Hui Mo to ask her if she was willing to be his future princess consort. It was not that she didn't understand his good intentions, but it was the beginning of summer in the 5th month. The Spring Awakening Pavilion was surrounded by flowers. Ning Shu stood among the flowers and silently looked up at the moon in the sky that was as perfect as a mirror. She said in a low voice, "I only hope that your highness can live on peacefully. Even if we are separated in the future, going in opposite directions, I hope that your highness can appreciate the flowers of Sichuan, look at the sky and clear water, and live a good life in this world." She tossed and turned all night without a good sleep. In her half-awake state, countless images alternated in her mind. In that scene, there were the enchanting and beautiful red spider lilies that bloomed in the netherworld, the purple light that surged between King Chujiang's eyebrows of the 7 reincarnations in the netherworld, the corner of Xiahou Qing's clothes that turned around and left coldly in the Spring Awakening Pavilion, and the note written with a flower hairpin. If you want to solve the mystery of the plum blossom kiss, marry Chongping first and you will find the answer. The 17 words joined together to form a piece of cloth with the spell. Bit by bit, it wrapped around her tightly and pulled her into those ominous memories of the past. She remembered that in her previous life, all 372 members of her Ning family had their heads chopped off one by one in front of her eyes. She remembered that Ji had been soaked in an ice-cold water prison, his limbs swollen beyond recognition. She remembered that Xiahou Qing had died at the age of 24. Ning Shu opened her eyes abruptly and gasped for breath. She heard someone knocking on the door. She got up and saw that the small box with the note was still in her hand, placed over her heart. It was this thing that had caused her to have nightmares all night. She sighed softly, locked the small box, put it under the cabinet, and put away the key. The knocking continued outside. She rubbed her dizzy temples and replied, "I'm coming, I'm coming." Then she got up and put on the bodyguard uniform to open the door. She asked with hidden bitterness, "What's the matter?" Standing at the door was an older mama. "Bodyguard Ning. Shizi has already gotten up and is waiting for you to serve him." She looked at Ning Shu from head to toe and added, "Don't you know what time it is? How can a master wait for a servant?" Ning Shu's scalp went numb. She was really going to be serious. She said anxiously, "But this old servant doesn't care what your identity is, whether you're a man or a woman, whether you're a beggar or a noble young lady. This old servant only listens to Shizi. If Shizi says that you're a bodyguard of our residence, then you're a bodyguard." "Bodyguard Ning, hurry up." The mama finished speaking methodically and stood at the door with a wooden face. That posture was 10,000 times worse than Juicy. Ning Shu let out a frantic howl in her heart. She resigned herself to her fate and quickly tidied herself up. She used a simple wooden hairpin to tie up her black hair. She didn't have time to boil water, so she used cold water to wipe it clean. Then she hurriedly put on a pair of high-heeled boots and followed the mama out. Chapter 261. Inside the hall, Xiahou Qing had already put on his clothes and was standing in front of the flower and bird rack. He held a handful of bird food in his palm, quietly waiting for the birds that had just woken up to fly down and peck their fill. One of the little birds seemed to have not yet woken up. Its tender yellow beak still had bird food in it. Its little head was nestled in Xiahou Qing's palm and fell asleep. It was naive and cute, making people unable to restrain a smile. Xiahou Qing slid his thumb and gently stroked its head. His attitude was almost gentle, like pure white snow meeting the spring breeze, silently melting thousands of li away. Ningxu couldn't help but stare blankly. The mama next to her impatiently stepped on her foot to wake her up. Thinking about how she had angered him last night, Ningxu's heart ached. She shamelessly stepped forward and said with a mischievous smile, "This subordinate pays respect to Shiziyi. Today, Shiziyi's complexion is even more radiant than last night. Presumably, you had a good rest last night. Your dazzling grace really fills the room. May I ask what Shiziyi needs this subordinate to do? This subordinate will listen to Ye's orders." Her flattering tone made Juicy, who had always been expressionless, couldn't help but glance at her. Hearing Ningxu's voice, Xiahou Qing gently placed the little bird on the flower and bird rack's soft cushion. He turned his head and expressionlessly said, "Wash your hands." He displayed the virtue of cherishing words to the extreme, making it clear that he didn't want her to say another word. The difference between how he treated the bird and how he treated her was so great. His attitude was so cold that Ningxu was suddenly speechless. She stretched out her hand and was about to say, "This subordinate just washed it before coming down." Xiahou Qing said, "3 times. 3 times? Wouldn't she wash her hands until they were bald?" But when she thought of this person's strange habit of loving cleanliness, strangling someone's neck through a handkerchief, and throwing away the jade pendant that she had touched, she decided to swallow the nonsense back into her stomach. She rubbed the tip of her nose and continued to smile. This subordinate obeys. The warm water in the copper basin had already been prepared. Ningxu walked over and bathed her hands. She used the fragrant ointment to carefully rub it over. After rinsing it clean, she bathed it in the warm water again. Finally, she wiped it clean with a cloth. "Your Highness, it's done." Xiahou Qing coldly said, "Comb my hair." "All right." Ningxu found a sandalwood comb by the mirror. She walked behind Xiahou Qing and held his ice-cold hair. Huimo's height was already outstanding among ordinary men, but Xiahou Qing was even taller than him by an inch. She used to raise her head to look at him when she talked to him. Although she was wearing a pair of special boots, she was still shorter than him by half a head. She stood behind him and brushed his hair. She had to stand on her tiptoes again to reach the roots of his hair and slowly brush it down. Fortunately, his black hair was as smooth as water, so it was not difficult to comb it. Holding his silky black hair, Ningxu suddenly realized that this seemed to be the first time in her 7 long lives that she was combing a man's hair. This feeling was somewhat novel and subtle. While she was lost in thought, her fingertips accidentally touched the side of his neck. Xiahou Qing frowned, as if he had been electrocuted. He subconsciously pinched her fingers. Ningxu looked at him with puzzlement. Xiahou Qing pursed his thin lips and released her fingers. He continued to coldly say, "Reckless," but for some reason, his voice was somewhat hoarse. Ningxu only thought that he meant that she should be careful not to scratch him with her nails. So she quickly said, "Yes, this subordinate will be careful. I won't hurt your Highness." They were too close. Her warm and moist breath brushed against the back of his ear and neck, causing a faint scorching heat to surge up in his chest. Xiahou Qing wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he turned his head away and did not speak again. After finishing combing, Ningxu used Xiahou Qing's ivory hairpin to comb his hair for a long time. Her legs were sore and her hands were numb. She then gloomily stood on the ground and embarrassedly said, "Heir apparent, I'll have to trouble you to bend your knees a little or sit down. You are too tall. This subordinate can't reach you." Xiahou Qing lightly snorted and said, "It's your legs that are too short." Ningxu choked and the corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. "This subordinate will do her best to grow taller in the next life. I won't lose face for your Highness." His Highness finally magnanimously sat down and let Ningxu tie up his hair. Then he waved his sleeve, indicating that she should serve him breakfast. Peach blossom noodles, lotus cakes, osmanthus tea cakes, first-grade cakes. 12 dishes were served one by one. Ning Shu faithfully played the role of his little bodyguard. She tried her best to serve him happily, so that he would be magnanimous enough to forget last night's unhappiness. Unfortunately, who was Xiahou Qing? How could he be so easily coaxed? One moment he was picky about the peach blossom noodles being too hot, the next moment he was picky about the cheese being too cold, the next moment the tea cakes were not crispy enough, and the next moment he said the first-grade cakes were too hard. Ning Shu was like a spinning top, being ordered around in circles. Her forehead was covered in sweat as she carefully held the fermented rice white jade balls that had just been made in the kitchen. This was already the 8th time she had gone to the kitchen to get a new dish. She just sat next to the kitchen maid and watched her make it. It was completely according to Xiahou Qing's requirements. It was cooked with a moderate amount of hardness and light flavor. She carefully blew on it and brought it over. When she stepped over the threshold, she saw that the little sparrow that had been eating and sleeping in her palm had finally woken up. It flapped its wings and intimately flew to its master's shoulder. It used its fluffy head to gently rub against the side of its master's neck. Xiahou Qing, who had always been picky with her, had an indulgent smile on his face. Ning Shu's hand that was holding the fermented rice white jade balls paused. Her face was stiff. A few words silently flashed through her mind. A person is inferior to a bird. A person is inferior to a bird. What does fried oriole taste like? I want to know. Chapter 262. For 3 days in a row, no matter how much Ning Shu tried to be submissive, Xiahou Qing didn't give her any face. Even the mama who knocked on the door to wake her up early looked at her with her nose in the air every day. Ning Shu asked the other servants in private and found out that this mama had served Xiahou Qing since he was a child and had an extraordinary relationship with Xiahou Qing. It would be strange if she didn't give a smile to Ning Shu, who made her family Shitzi unhappy. It wasn't until 3 days later that Ning Shu, who had dressed herself simply like the previous few days, walked into the hall and found that Xiahou Qing had already finished his meal. Hearing her footsteps, he threw away the last few pieces of bird food in his hand and said, "Let's go. You're leaving the food today? Is something the matter?" It was already warm outside. Walking a few steps under the sun would cause one to sweat, so it wasn't convenient to wear a fox fur coat. Xiahou Qing took a piece of fake skin from Juicy and stuck it on the side of his neck to cover the 3 blood-red plum blossoms. "Today is the day of old Princess Yu's funeral," he said. Ning Shu made a sound and suddenly realized that it had already been half a month since old Princess Yu passed away. Time really passed quickly. "I have to go." She nodded and murmured. Suddenly, she remembered that she forgot to take something and hurriedly ran back to her room. "Your Highness, please wait a moment. This subordinate will be back soon." A moment later, she ran back, panting. She was already sweating profusely. Hearing her hurried breathing, Xiahou Qing raised his eyebrows. "What is so important that you can't leave?" Ning Shu stuffed the thing into her sleeve and said carelessly, "Nothing, nothing. It's just a little girl's thing." Xiahou Qing didn't pursue the matter. He raised his hand and said, "Let's go." Ning Shu immediately understood and walked over to support him. After helping Xiahou Qing onto the carriage, Ning Shu also stepped onto the step stool. She was hesitating whether she should sit in the carriage or outside. Logically speaking, with her current identity as a small imperial bodyguard of the South pacifying king's estate, she shouldn't have entered the carriage. She thought about it and decided not to provoke Xiahou Qing. It was better to sit outside with Juicy and drive the car. However, the sun was too hot today. After being exposed to the sun for a whole day, her snow-white skin, which she was proud of, would probably become charcoal. Sigh. She had just sat down next to Juicy when she heard Xiahou Qing's impatient, urging voice. "What are you doing outside? Come in." Ning Shu was stunned for a moment before she hurriedly lifted the curtain and entered. Xiahou Qing casually pointed at the red-painted wooden box he had prepared in advance on the small table. Although he still did not smile, his tone was not as cold as it had been a few days ago. "I didn't tell you in advance that I was going out today. Open it. Here's your breakfast. Eat. Ning Shu was instantly overwhelmed by the favor. Did this mean that his anger was finally appeased? Ning Shu let out a long sigh of relief in her heart with tears streaming down her face. She covered her chest and gave a big smile. Many thanks, Your Highness. It was just ordinary porridge with 2 side dishes. Ning Shu ate with relish, not even leaving a drop of rice soup behind. She only felt that the most delicious and comfortable thing she had eaten since her rebirth was this bowl of porridge in her hands. Hearing the purposeful sound of satisfaction she made after eating, Xiahou Qing's lips curved into a faintly discernible curve. When Ning Shu raised her head, it suddenly disappeared. His Majesty finally decided to bury old Princess Yu and old Prince Yu's tomb with him. The pomegranate flowers in May gradually bloomed around the royal tomb. They were like a burning flame, and also like the scarlet cloak that they had once stood side by side on the battlefield to boost morale. This cloak was once damaged and thrown away. Today, it was finally mended and covered their bodies. Ning Shu stood under a pomegranate tree and looked at the coffin being sent into the tunnel of the mausoleum. For a moment, she was filled with emotion. When the ceremony ended and everyone dispersed, Xiahou Qing was held back by the southern Yin envoy who had also come to observe the ceremony. Ning Shu walked alone to old Princess Yu's tombstone and bowed deeply. She said in a low voice, "Old Princess Yu, Ning Shu boldly came to send you off. Please don't blame me. I have returned the silver lock that you left for Wen Kairan back to her coffin as an apology. This life is long and bitter. I hope that in your next life, you will be worry-free and smooth." After she finished bowing, she stood on her tiptoes and looked into the distance among the scattered crowd. Finally, under an inconspicuous small tree, she found 13th Princess Xiao Zhangping hiding behind the shadow of the tree and secretly crying. Chapter 263. Ning Shu took the handkerchief from her bosom and walked over. Then she remembered that she was dressed as a guard of the Nanping Prince's estate, so it was inconvenient for her to step out of line. She could only take back the handkerchief and bow, saying softly, "Your Highness, please restrain your grief." Xiao Zhangping's gaze stiffly landed on old Princess Yu's tombstone. She revealed a mournful, self-deprecating expression. "What grief can I restrain? Firstly, I am not of old Princess Yu's bloodline. Secondly, I am not a trusted subordinate of Prince Yu's estate. I am just an outsider who was favored by the heavens and taken care of by her for 6 years. Soon, when I marry into Southern Yin, I won't even be the Princess of Great Yu anymore. How can I restrain my grief?" Looking at the 2 streams of hot tears on her face, Ning Shu silently thought to herself, "You have the right. No one in this world is more qualified than you. Even before your maternal grandmother died, she was still making plans for your lifelong happiness. It's a pity that this is a secret that concerns the dignity of the imperial family. I'm afraid I can't let you know in this lifetime." The tombstone didn't speak. The pomegranate flowers bloomed by themselves. Ning Shu also didn't speak. She silently accompanied Xiao Zhangping for a long time. When her tears ran out, Xiao Zhangping took the handkerchief from a palace maid and wiped her tears clean. Only then did she realize that someone was standing beside her. She looked at Ning Shu and felt that she looked vaguely familiar. However, Ning Shu's face had changed. She didn't remember anyone in her memory. Then she looked at the style of clothes Ning Shu was wearing and asked, "You are from the Nanping Prince's estate? Your Highness is smart." Thinking of that person, Xiao Zhangping's breathing couldn't help but stagnate. She sadly and uncontrollably asked, "Why are you looking for me? Did the heir tell you to pass a message to me?" "Reporting to your Highness, it's like this. This lowly one has an extremely important matter to ask for your advice. If you are willing to trust the heir and this lowly one, could your Highness please dismiss the surrounding people and talk to this lowly one in private?" Noticing the vigilance in Xiao Zhangping's eyes, Ning Shu added, "If your Highness has any doubts, you can check the authenticity of my waist token. You can also send someone to stand guard 5 zhang away. If I do anything improper, you can immediately arrest me." Xiao Zhangping frowned and asked in confusion, "What is it that must be said in private and not in public?" Ning Shu glanced at the eunuchs beside Xiao Zhangping who were looking at her strangely. She lowered her head and thought for a moment. She hurriedly ran to the mage who had just presided over the funeral and borrowed a charcoal pencil to write a few words on her palm. She then ran back and half-opened her palm in front of Xiao Zhangping. When Xiao Zhangping saw the words on her palm, his expression changed. He immediately said, "The rest of you, retreat 30 meters away. Without my order, don't come near." The palace maids had no choice but to obey. After pulling Ning Shu to the shade of a tree, Xiao Zhangping clenched his fists and asked anxiously, "What did you write on your hand mean?" "The mystery of old princess consort Yu's death. Didn't she die from being stung by poisonous bees while protecting imperial father?" Ning Shu shook her head lightly. "This lowly one is unable to tell your highness the specific details. Otherwise, your highness will be implicated. Old princess consort Yu definitely didn't want to see that result. This lowly one can only say that she died for love. Before she died, she was still filled with concern for you." "Why should I believe you?" Ning Shu said in a low voice. "Because I was there at the time and saw it with my own eyes. When old princess consort Yu was dying, she ordered me to pass on a message to your highness. May my Zhangping live a life of freedom." When she heard this, the tears that Xiao Zhangping had just stopped gushed out again. She said in a trembling voice, "So you were the one who threw the note that day?" Chapter 264. No one born in the imperial family was stupid. She already felt that Qi Zhaoyu's sudden death, imperial concubine Qi's sudden illness after returning to the palace, and imperial father's tight-lipped refusal to ask about what happened that day were all very strange. After hearing Ning Shu's words today, she quickly came up with a guess. Could it be that she wanted to avenge me? In a sense, this was not wrong. Ning Shu did not deny it. Poison imperial concubine Qi wanted to avenge Wen Kairan, and Qi Zhaoyu was also involved in the plot. It was not without the intention of paving the way for Xiao Zhangping. Xiao Zhangping covered her eyes and cried silently. Large drops of tears fell through the gaps between her fingers and fell to the ground, wetting the soil. Her heart was filled with sorrow and guilt, but after hearing about old princess consort Yu's sudden death, her empty heart seemed to be filled with a lot of love, so she did not look around blankly, as if she was in an ice cave. After a long time, she stopped crying. "What do you want to ask?" "Ask if I know." After confirming that there was no one around, Ning Shu said, "May I ask your highness, did old princess consort Yu mention something called the plum blossom kiss to you when she was alive?" Xiao Zhangping wiped her tears and shook her head. "What is that? I have never heard of it." Her expression was very blank and did not seem to be fake. Ning Shu continued to ask, "Or is it related to plum blossoms?" Xiao Zhangping lowered her head and thought for a long time, then shook her head. No, she did not like plum blossoms, and there are no decorations related to plum blossoms in the Fu. "Oh, right. There seems to be a painting of the four gentlemen in the parlor, but isn't that a very rare and ordinary painting? I did not notice anything different about it." Ning Shu refused to give up and asked again. "Then in the words she has said to you recently, is there anything different from the past that has caught your attention?" Xiao Zhangping's heart skipped a beat and her eyes filled with tears again. She clutched her chest and said intermittently, "That period of time was when Qi Zhuanyu went missing in Wanfeng Hall and went crazy after being framed. No matter if it was in the palace or in the marketplace, there were rumors that it was my doing. Even Fu Huang was colder to me than usual. I was very depressed and washed my face with tears every day. Only she patiently comforted me and accompanied me every day. I was in such a bad mood that I didn't notice anything unusual about her. I only remember that on the night before her accident, it was already late at night, but she didn't leave. She hugged me on her lap like when I was young and caressed my back. She even sang me a nursery rhyme that used to coax me to sleep. In my days, I seemed to hear her whisper in my ear that everything would be all right when I woke up. But I didn't expect that when I really woke up, she was already. I was so stupid. I wasted her love for me." Ning Shu racked her brains again and thought of many questions to try to make her remember something useful. Unfortunately, it all ended in failure. Ning Shu rubbed her temples and shut her mouth. She was extremely depressed. Xiao Zhangping thought for a moment and said, Is the thing that you want to know very important to the heir? Ning Shu took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Yes, very, very, very important. I have no way to ask anyone for help. I can only ask your highness for help. Xiao Zhangping said, I understand. I will go back and think about it carefully. I will also look for the things that old princess you left at my place. If I find it, I will tell you as soon as possible. Ning Shu took a step back and clasped her hands together. She bowed deeply to her. Many thanks, your highness. Chapter 265. When Ning Shu thanked Xiao Zhangping, she glanced around and found that Xiao Yuni was looking at them suspiciously. Ning Shu's heart skipped a beat. She quickly said goodbye to Xiao Zhangping and blended into the crowd. She searched for Xiao Qing in the crowd for a long time but couldn't find him. She thought he had returned to his residence first. However, when she turned a corner, she found that outstanding figure under a willow tree. He was still being pestered by the envoys of the southern Yin kingdom. There was another person standing beside him. It was the eldest son of the prime minister, Tan Xixian. Ning Shu had seen him before at the banquet at the third prince's residence. He was handsome and somewhat similar to Tan Siwei, but his pair of slightly raised peach blossom eyes added a bit of charm. It was easy to tell the difference between the two brothers. This person's temperament was also unusual. He didn't follow in the footsteps of his father and brother to participate in the imperial examinations and become an official. Instead, he became a merchant. He was tactful and funny. With the prime minister's residence as his backing, he made a name for himself in the capital. In the past, he had a good relationship with Xiao Yunyan. After Xiao Yunyan fell from power, he quickly climbed up to Xiao Yunsu. Their relationship was very close. At the same time, he was also very close to the envoy from southern Yin. He often took the envoy to tour the capital under the guise of enjoying the capital's scenery, but in reality, he was admiring all the courtesans in the capital. With Xiao Qing's cold temperament, he would be annoyed after being pestered for so long. However, due to his identity as the envoy, he couldn't refute in front of everyone. Ning Shu snickered. After thinking about it, she still walked forward to fulfill her responsibility as a loyal guard of the prince's residence. She cupped her hands and said, This little one greets the lords. Heir, the carriage is ready. You forgot to take your medicine today, so you should return home early. The envoy's words were interrupted. His gaze fell on Ning Shu. He raised his eyebrows and said curiously, Your Highness is very elegant. I didn't expect that the little guard beside you is also not ordinary. These hands are white and tender, even more delicate than a normal girl's. As the envoy spoke, he reached out to pat the back of Ning Shu's hand. Ning Shu was alerted and immediately retreated. After saluting, she took a step back and walked to Xiao Qing's side. Xiao Qing's sharp ears caught her little panic and casually said, He's the one in charge of tying up my hair. If his hands are rough, then that person would be crippled. How could he be worthy of staying in my southern pacifying king's mansion? The envoy laughed. What the crown prince said makes sense. If it were a rough man with calloused hands, his hair would be pulled out when he combed his hair. Ha 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 ha. The envoy threw his head back and laughed out loud as he said something that only he found interesting. After a moment, his eyes once again swept over to Ning Shu. Looking at this little bodyguard who could only be considered delicate and pretty, but with a slender figure, he suddenly felt a sense of charm and gentleness in his heart. The Great Yu is indeed a land of outstanding heroes. Talented people are everywhere. Being tied up by such a soft hand, the feeling must be extraordinary. The contempt in his words was very obvious, which made Xiao Qing frown unhappily. Tan Xixian was a smart person and immediately mediated the situation. It's getting late. The crown prince needs to take his medicine first. Sir Envoy, why don't we disturb the crown prince some other day and continue to ask him for advice on chess? After he finished speaking with a smile, he leaned close to the envoy's ear and whispered, The Great Yu has countless talented people. It's easy to find a pair of soft hands to comb your hair. Sir Envoy, don't worry. I'll definitely find one that you'll be satisfied with. The envoy laughed and said to Xiao Qing, Mr. Tan is right. Then I won't delay the crown prince from taking his medicine. When the crown prince is free, I'll host a banquet at Xuanfang Terrace. I'll definitely invite the crown prince. The wolf and the bay finally left together with their arms around each other's shoulders. Ning Shu exhaled softly and said shamefully, I was careless. I didn't expect to make a mistake in my hands. Fortunately, Your Highness helped me in time. Chapter 266. Xiahou Qing coldly said, It's good that you know. In the future, when you go out with me, remember your identity as a bodyguard. When you shouldn't interrupt, firmly shut your mouth. Lower your head and listen closely behind me. If there's a next time, think of a way yourself. I won't interfere. Ning Shu muttered in her heart. Wasn't I trying to help you out and let you get rid of that pervert's entanglement? I only did something bad with good intentions. Is there a need to scold me so seriously? But she tactfully admitted defeat. She lowered her head and mumbled, Yes, this subordinate will remember. Listening to her obviously perfunctory answer, Xiahou Qing's chest, that cluster of nameless fire, rushed up again. He also knew that the disturbance just now wasn't Ning Shu's fault. He shouldn't blame her, but the unhappiness in his heart still couldn't disperse. This unhappiness continued until they boarded the carriage. He noticed that Ning Shu didn't say a word and almost squeezed herself into the corner of the carriage. He frowned. Why are you sitting so far away? Aren't you afraid that the carriage will hit your head while adjusting the speed? It's okay to hit your head, but it's bad luck to touch your head. Ning Shu gave a hollow laugh. It's okay. This subordinate will pay attention. Shiziyi, please sit more spacious. Xiahou Qing realized that he couldn't control his emotions and let her perceive and misunderstand. He gently took a breath in the breeze that blew in through the window and softly said, The matter just now wasn't your fault. It was also my negligence. In the future, when the Southern Yin envoys come to visit, they will all say that I'm not feeling well and can't see them. As for your hands, there are many gloves in the ink room. You can just take a pair and wear them. The air pressure in the carriage finally returned to normal. Ning Shu carefully observed his expression and finally relaxed. She sat opposite him and poured 2 cups of tea, one for herself and the other for him. It could be considered a reconciliation. Xiahou Qing took the teacup she handed over and took a sip. He suddenly laughed. What was the inexplicable sulk just now? It was somewhat like a woman in the marketplace who saw her husband being entangled by other women and made trouble for no reason. He, Xiahou Qing, had actually fallen to such a state. It was simply ridiculous. What was even more ridiculous was that the person who made him drink this bucket of vinegar, she didn't know anything. Putting down the porcelain cup in his hand, Xiahou Qing slowly rubbed the palm bone that had accompanied him for many years and said, Where did you go just now? Are we going to look for Xiao Zhangping? Ning Shu's heart was torn again when he saw through her little trick. This subordinate acted on her own initiative. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Xiahou Qing sneered from the bottom of his throat. Am I such an unreasonable person in your mind? Tell me, what did you find out? Ning Shu shook her head regretfully. Just now, as the heir's personal bodyguard, I asked Princess Changping if she had heard of the plum blossom kiss from old Princess Yu. It's a pity that she hasn't remembered anything yet. However, I still feel that the crux of this matter lies firmly with Princess Changping. The reason? She dipped the cup in water and slowly organized her thoughts. Previously, I guessed that the person who left the note might be the one who poisoned the air all this time. However, after a few nights of deep thought, I rejected this idea. The reason is that the two of them have different goals. The person who poisoned you all this time has a very simple goal, to torture you until the day of your death. But old Princess Consort Yu is different. Since she wanted to marry Princess Quan Ping and have her become your Shizi consort, then she definitely didn't want to see her most beloved granddaughter become a widow at a young age. Therefore, she secretly revealed this secret, hoping that Shizi would be cured of the poison after marrying the princess and would grow old with the princess. One wants you to die, the other wants you to live. Old Princess Yu isn't a fool. How could she let the other party discover her goal? Let's return to the plum blossom kiss. 25 years ago, the previous emperor was poisoned to death by the plum blossom kiss, which directly led to the change of the throne. Old Princess Yu was someone who personally experienced it and naturally knew that this secret was no small matter. The person who left the note might be someone she trusted, but how could she guarantee that this person wouldn't betray her? Moreover, her only blood relative in this world is Princess Changping. Other than Changping, I can't think of anyone else she can be more assured of. In the end, the contents of the note were, if you want to solve the mystery of the plum blossom kiss, marry Changping first. Then you will find the answer. The meaning of the words find the answer is really thought-provoking. You don't need to ask too many questions to get the answer. This is what it means to find the answer. Thus, I'm guessing that she might have hidden the secret in one of Princess Changping's personal belongings, or Ning Shu raised her head and secretly glanced at Xiahou Qing, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. In that case, after marrying you, it will naturally appear in front of you. Chapter 267. In the capital, Ning Shu was undoubtedly the most authoritative when it came to marriage. After all, she had experienced 3 husbands, and there was no one in the entire Great Yu who was more experienced than her. However, her experience had always been focused on theory. She had never even seen a pig run before, let alone personally eat that piece of meat. Therefore, after she vaguely finished speaking, the carriage immediately filled with an awkward atmosphere, causing her to feel uncomfortable. She lightly coughed and skipped this subtle topic. She said, "Of course, there is another possibility. She clearly knows what the secret is, but deliberately didn't tell me. She wants to use this as a bargaining chip to marry into the Prince of Nanping's residence." However, from her expression just now, it doesn't seem like. Before she could finish speaking, Xiahou Qing shook his head and said, "Impossible." Her personality has always been simple and straightforward, without any shrewdness. There is no way she can hide such a big secret. Moreover, old Princess Consort Yu will be worried that if we tell her directly, she won't be able to conceal it and will be exposed, causing a fatal disaster. Ning Shu was stunned for a moment, unable to organize her words. After a while, she said, "I think so too. So we still have to focus on the princess' personal belongings. However, Her Highness is currently living in the palace, and because of the upcoming marriage, there are many female officials around her. There are many spies, so it will be difficult to sneak in and find it." It was really depressing to always think of the worst. She thought for a moment, then said with enthusiasm, "Of course, if we can find the person who put the note, we might be able to find some unexpected clues. However, before that, we can only hope that the princess will take the initiative to tell us after discovering it." Or, Xiahou Qing asked, "Or what?" She shrank back and carefully said, "I can only inconvenience Shi Ziyi to use a handsome man trick." Ouch! Just as she finished joking, a golden bead was flicked onto her forehead, causing her to hold her head in pain. Xiahou Qing sneered, "It seems that you have been in the residence for a few days, but you still don't know the rules of the residence. What kind of punishment is it to casually make fun of your master? Juicy, after returning to the residence, watch her copy the rules of the residence 10 times. If she can't finish, she won't be able to sleep tonight." Outside the carriage, Juicy, who was driving, hesitated for a moment. In the end, he respectfully replied, "Yes." Ning Shu said in her heart, if she wants to copy, then so be it. Ever since she was a child, because of all kinds of weird ideas and small actions, she was punished by her master to copy a lot of things. However, there are rules in the prince's mansion. How many words can there be? Can she copy to death? Then, Ning Shu stared at the pile of books in front of her and was dumbfounded. Why didn't anyone tell her that there were over 500 rules in the Wang Fu? If he copied it 10 times, that would be more than 5,000 lines. He really knew how to copy the rhythm of a dead person. Xiahou Qing said unhurriedly, "You should be glad that the Wang mansion in the capital is only used to enter the capital to meet the emperor. The rules here have been greatly reduced. If it were in Yunyan Prefecture, the number would be at least 3 times. Take your time. There's no need to rush." The gloating in his tone made Ning Shu's teeth itch with hatred. She angrily sat in front of the table and began to copy. Xiahou Qing was still sitting under the west window where he usually sat. He listened as Juicy opened the book that recorded the background of everyone in the mansion and read it word by word. Zhou Qin, 52 years old, in charge of gardening and weeding in the mansion. His family lives in Anji Square. His ancestral home is Izhou. For generations, he has been a farmer. He moved to the capital in the 5th year of the previous Emperor Shangkong. His wife is weak and has never gone out to work. He only has one daughter. She is engaged to the Li family of Chang'an Lane's soy sauce shop. The note appeared on the day of Su. It was done and left the mansion. There is a guard, Li Zhong, as a witness. Zhang Yufu, 25 years old, in charge of the kitchen. His family lives in San Yuanli, his ancestral home. They had been working on this matter for many days since the note appeared. The other party was extremely careful and didn't leave any clues. Therefore, they could only start by investigating the background of the people in the prince's mansion, hoping to find some useful clues. Chapter 268. As Ning Shu monotonously copied, she wondered which of these people were suspicious. At the same time, she was doing 3 things at the same time. She stopped writing and rested her chin on her hand, thinking of ways to slack off. There were more than 5,000 lines here. If she accidentally missed 1,000 or so, it was reasonable. No matter how careful Xiahou Qing was, he shouldn't be able to detect it. Her heart itched with eagerness. But Xiahou Qing hadn't heard her mutter for a long time. It was as if he had ears in his heart and could easily hear her thoughts. Thus, he raised his hand to stop Juicy. He calmly said in Ning Shu's direction, "If you miss a word, double the penalty. If you miss 2 words, triple the penalty. Do as you see fit." With her little scheme exposed, Ning Shu immediately let out a miserable cry and lay down on the table. Xiahou Qing's lips faintly curved. He said to Juicy, "Continue." It was only the beginning of summer, but the sound of cicadas could already be heard. Today, it was particularly hot outside. Even sitting indoors, she couldn't help but feel a bit bored. Ning Shu silently copied for more than an hour. Her palms were already sweaty. She used a handkerchief to wipe the sweat off her palms. Sighing softly, she raised her head to look at Xiahou Qing. He still maintained his sitting posture, his hand gently kneading the bones of his palm as he listened to Juicy continue to read. Just like that, he didn't say a word. Sitting there, he was like a painting with the ability to calm one's heart. She watched for a while. After hearing Xiahou Qing praise Princess Changping as simple, straightforward, and without any subtlety, the irritation that had involuntarily risen in her heart finally dissipated. She lowered her head and continued to copy. Juicy said, "Wen Huinyang, 49 years old, responsible for cleaning the kitchen. Family lives in Wu Mei Fong, ancestral home in the capital. Originally opened an oil shop. After her husband died early, the shop was sold. Has 2 sons. The eldest, Qian Bingzhong, fell into the water when he was young. The second, Qian Bingyi, 25 years old. 9 years ago, he joined the Sichuan army as a soldier. 7 years ago, he was released to the family and is now an apprentice at the medicine hall in the western part of the city. Son heir, Nian." Jiusi was about to continue reading when Xiahou Qing's eyebrows twitched. He suddenly said, "Stop." Ning Shu stopped writing and looked up in surprise. "Is there something wrong with this person?" Xiahou Qing said, "Say it again." Juicy listened to his orders. Ning Shu listened carefully again, but still didn't understand. She said, "It sounds like there's no problem with a clean family background. Moreover, whether it's a business or a worker, it has nothing to do with old Princess Yu. Could it be her second son, Qianbingyi?" However, old Prince Yu was in charge of the Jiangnan army along the coast. He had no intersection with the Sichuan army guarding the desert in the northwest, one in the south and one in the north. How could it be her? Xiahou Qing said slowly, "It's true that the Sichuan army has guarded the desert in the northwest for many years. At first glance, there's no connection. However, in the 17th year of Tianzi, His Majesty suddenly had a whim and listened to the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War's suggestion. He ordered the Sichuan army and the Jiangnan army to swap places. He wanted them to learn from each other's advantages in using troops to make up for their weaknesses. As a result, 30,000 soldiers of the Sichuan army were temporarily placed under old Prince Yu's command. However, Jiangnan has a lot of water, and the soldiers are mostly used to fighting on the water, which is mainly flexible. On the other hand, Sichuan is a vast desert, and the soldiers are used to fighting bravely. Tangerine was born in Huainan, but it didn't have any effect. Instead, it wasted the army's resources. As a result, this plan was hastily stopped after half a year. The book from that year is in the 6th row and 4th column from the right of the unknown hall. Go and see for yourself. Ning Shu put down her brush and immediately ran to the unknown hall to retrieve the book. She read it carefully without missing a single word. She found that what he said was indeed correct. Her feelings of admiration spontaneously rose. Your Highness was able to find clues from such vague words. Furthermore, you were able to remember old matters from many years ago. Ning Shu sincerely admires you. Xiahou Qing chuckled and said coldly, flattery won't make you write one less word. Put away your little thoughts. Go and bring this one Huinyang to me. Her wishful thinking had failed once again. Ning Shu's face was covered in tears. She sighed and said, yes. She turned and left. Chapter 269. Reality proved that Xiahou Qing was indeed a master strategist. When Huinyang was brought to Chuanxing Pavilion, she initially wanted to feign ignorance, but under Xiahou Qing's coercion, she revealed a flaw. She knew that she couldn't hide it anymore, so she sat on the ground with an ashen face and confessed everything. She was indeed the one who left the note. Before old Princess Yu passed away, she found her and arranged for her to do this. The reason was that 9 years ago, her youngest son, Qian Bingyi, was conscripted into the Sichuan army. However, this child was timid and didn't have the ability to be a soldier. He was a 16-year-old boy, thin and slender, and didn't even have the strength to pick up a spear. However, he had a delicate and pretty face like a girl's. It was easy to imagine what kind of treatment he would receive in a military camp full of strong men who licked blood from blades and rarely saw women. He couldn't bear it and wanted to escape. However, Sichuan was more than 3,000 li away from the capital. Even if he escaped, he would probably die on the way. After nearly 2 years of humiliation, he gradually began to have thoughts of suicide. At this time, His Majesty suddenly ordered the soldiers from the north to the south. Thinking that Jiangnan was only a third of the distance from the capital, a flame of hope rose in his dead heart. From the time he went south, he had been trying to find an opportunity. It wasn't until the 2nd month after he came under old Prince Yu's command that the Wokou pirates attacked and Qian Bingyi's group was sent to fight them. After defeating the last group of Wokou pirates, he finally mustered up the courage to escape. Unfortunately, he was discovered and captured by his superior who had been bullying him. According to the laws of Great Yu, deserters were beheaded in public. When old Princess Yu heard about this from old Prince Yu's letter, she felt pity for him and felt that his actions were pardonable. Thus, she pleaded for mercy for him and allowed him to return home after 300 beatings, which could be considered to have saved his life. When Huinyang's forehead hit the ground and she pleaded with tears in her eyes, this old servant knows that her crimes are unforgivable. However, this old servant has been a widow for more than 20 years. My eldest son also drowned and died early. This old servant has no choice but to repay old Princess Yu's kindness. Josie frowned and said, Then how did you prove that you were not present? Zhao Sanyang, who worked with you, clearly said that when she was cleaning outside, she saw you working in the kitchen. The candlelight reflected your shadow on the window. When Huinyang convulsed and wailed, crying so hard that she couldn't speak, Ning Shu looked at the woman whose face was full of tears and white hair. She somewhat pitied her, but she really couldn't sympathize with her behavior. After thinking for a while, she guessed, I've seen the layout of the kitchen. In order to facilitate the placement of various ingredients and tools, there are several shelves on the west wall. As long as she stealthily moves one of them and hangs the clothes and other things she prepared in advance on the shelf, she can successfully make a camouflage. Then, she just needed to find a good opportunity to sneak out of the northern window when Zhao Sanyang wasn't paying attention. She would quickly put the note away and run back. If he was fast enough, it would take him less than half an incense stick's worth of time to go back and forth from the kitchen to here. It was entirely possible for him to quietly rush back before Zhao Sanyang noticed anything amiss. Moreover, Zhao Sanyang has been busy with her own matters. Why would she keep an eye on her from beginning to end? Xiaoqing didn't speak for a long time. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then, he leisurely said, "Is that so?" These few words caused Wen Huinyang to tremble in fear. She almost couldn't kneel anymore. Her voice trembled as she said, "Yes, this old servant's grandfather used to play shadow puppets. This old servant learned a little from my grandfather when I was young. When old Princess Yu heard about it, she gave me this idea. She had me make a shadow puppet that was similar to my human figure and hang it on the shelf in a bowing position. Then, it was almost like what Lord Imperial Bodyguard said." Chapter 270. Ningshu smiled. "So it's a shadow puppet. That's a good idea. It's lighter and easier to hide than clothes. When you're done sneaking back, you can directly stuff the thin layer of shadow paper into the stove and burn it. That way, the evidence will all disappear without a trace. If it wasn't for the fact that His Highness found some clues through the word Sichuan army, you would have been fooled. I didn't think that there would be a talent like you in my residence. I've underestimated you. It's a waste of talent to only let you clean up in the kitchen." Xiahou Qing let out a cold laugh. Ningshu seemed to have received his order. She walked in front of Wen Huinyang and said with a cold face, "Then, other than asking you to do this, how much do you know about the contents of the note? If you still dare to hide it, it won't be as simple as being chased out of the residence." She reached out her hand and placed it on the dagger at her waist. When Huinyang desperately shook her head and raised 3 fingers to the sky, "This old servant dares to swear on the life of my only son that old princess you only asked me to do this and didn't tell me anything else. As for what was written on the note, this old servant has been scared witless every day after receiving it. I only want to finish my task and repay the favor. I don't even dare to look at a single word. I beg your highness to forgive this old servant. Please don't chase this old servant out of the residence. Otherwise, if people hear that I was chased out of the residence, who would be willing to use me? My adopted son's job in the medicine hall will also be ruined. If that's the case, the 2 of us will have no way to survive. I beg your highness to have mercy. I beg your highness to have mercy." When Huinyang's forehead hit the ground, and she was so scared that she curled up like a quail. Looking at her appearance, it didn't seem like she had the complete trust of old Princess Yu. Ning Shu walked behind Xiaoqing and wrote the word Wu on his back. When Huinyang was still kowtowing and swearing, begging Xiaoqing to give her another chance. In the future, she would definitely remember his grace and be loyal to His Highness. Ning Shu sighed slightly and slowly shook her head. In this world, everyone has their own suffering. Even among the prisoners in the Ministry of Justice's prison, more than half of them have their own reasons for committing crimes. Since you've stepped into the Nanping Manor to take on a task and hold the manor's rice bowl, then the Crown Prince is your only master. Today, you can betray your master to repay a debt of gratitude. But tomorrow, you can't guarantee that your son won't be kidnapped and you won't harm the heir again. Your feelings this time are pitiful and your intentions are punishable. There is no way you can stay in the Wang mansion any longer. When Huinyang, you should leave on your own." Xiaoqing didn't say a word. He just lifted his chin slightly. His personal guard had already walked over with his sword. Seeing that there was no hope, when Huinyang cried in despair, she kowtowed to Xiaoqing, got up, and staggered away. After when Huinyang's figure disappeared, Ning Shu leaned over and whispered in his ear, "Your Highness, the bait has already left." Xiaoqing nodded and opened his mouth. "Juicy, send someone to follow her in case she is hiding something and meets up with someone. At the same time, keep an eye on whether or not anyone has made a move against her. If there is, make sure to leave them alive." The 2 of them didn't discuss anything in advance. They had already finished acting out the entire play and planned the next steps. It was as if their minds were connected. Juicy was stunned. His usually expressionless face also revealed an expression of surprise. He bowed and said, "This subordinate understands." After Juicy left to arrange for people to do things, Ning Shu exhaled and sat down. She picked up a cup of tea and gulped it down. Using her hand as a fan, she shook it and said with a wry smile, It wasn't easy to find the person who put the note, but we didn't get much new information. I hope that after this bait is released, it will attract a big fish for us. Xiahou Qing lightly brushed his dust-free clothes embroidered with auspicious beast patterns. He stood and said, Nanping Wang Mansion's personal guard personally chased out a woman who was washing in the kitchen. Such a big scene. How could it not attract the attention of some people? Don't worry, what will come will come. Before this, it will be almost time for dinner. Ning Shu hurried to catch up, still thinking about that matter. She said, I hope so. Sensing Ning Shu's footsteps, Xiahou Qing tilted his head slightly and said, This prince is talking about my dinner time. It has nothing to do with you. Before you finish copying the rules, you are not allowed to take a single step out of Spring Awakening Pavilion. Ning Shu froze. She watched Xiahou Qing's figure disappear into the distance. She stomped her feet in frustration. Then she dejectedly sat back down in front of the table where she was copying. She looked at the thick stack of paper in front of her and lost interest in life. Chapter 271. Xiahou Qing was serious. He said that if she didn't finish copying, she wouldn't be allowed to step out of the door. Fortunately, there was still a plate of desserts left in Chuanxing Pavilion, enough for her to fill her stomach. However, the amount was too large. Even if she copied for 3 days, she might not be able to finish copying. Ning Shu stared blankly at the sunset outside the window. The sky was intoxicated, and the Milky Way was filled with stars. Outside the pavilion, the clear croaking of frogs could be heard. She copied until late into the night. Lying on the table, she fell asleep. Juicy supported Xiahou Qing as they stood outside the window. In a low voice, he said, Heir apparent, you trapped Miss Ning here to copy. Is it because you don't want her to be involved in this matter? In the night wind, half of Xiahou Qing's black hair was tied up. The other half, along with his black robes, fluttered in the wind. His voice was like the fluttering of his robes, so light that not a trace of it could be found. Right now, she should still be in prison, reflecting on her mistakes. She shouldn't be outside. If she gets too involved in this matter, once her identity is exposed, her punishment won't be as simple as 20 beatings a day. It's very likely that she won't even be able to keep her life. Separated by a window, Xiahou Qing stood quietly without saying anything. He only maintained a slightly sideways posture. It was as if he was listening to the clear summer night wind blowing for 10,000 li. It was as if he was listening to the witty croaking of the frogs at his feet. It was also as if he was listening to her shallow and even breathing. After a moment, he said, Fang Mama, I'll have to trouble you to find that thing on her body. Fang Mama received the order and walked in as lightly as the wind. Feeling around Ning Shu's body, she found something and walked out. Your Highness, is it this wooden box? This morning, she had been running back and forth in a hurry. Sure enough, she had hidden this thing on her body. Xiahou Qing said, Take out the thing inside and burn it. Juicy was startled. Your Highness, this is the only clue we have. If we burn it, even if Princess Chongping really does discover something, it will be very difficult for us to gain her trust. Under the starlight, Xiahou Qing's pale face didn't show the slightest bit of hesitation. As long as this note exists, she'll still think of ways to get close to Princess Chongping. At the same time, she'll expose herself to countless pairs of eyes and be drawn into a dangerous vortex. It's better to completely cut off her thoughts. As for Chongping, I'll think of something else. Xiahou Qing ordered again. Burn it? Juicy had no choice but to obey. He opened the fire and blew on it gently. The flame immediately devoured the note that contained the secret of the plum blossom kiss, leaving only a bit of dust that was blown away by the wind. Hearing Xiahou Qing's suppressed cough, Juicy said, Your Highness, the things have been burned. This subordinate will help you back to rest. Xiahou Qing waved his hand to indicate that there was no harm. Then, he thought of something and asked Fang Mama, Is she wearing something? No. Miss Ning fell asleep in the middle of copying. She didn't wear anything. I remember that there's a velvet blanket on the soft couch in the inner room. Go get it for me. Xiahou Qing indicated for Juicy to help him into the pavilion. He walked to the sleeping Ning Shu's side, took the blanket, and bent down to drape it over her. Ning Shu was still in a deep sleep. She murmured a few words, then turned her face to the side and fell back into a deep sleep. Let's go. Xiao Qing stood by her side for a while, quietly tracing her figure in the pitch-black darkness. Then, he turned and left. When their footsteps disappeared into the distance, Ning Shu, who had been sleeping all this time, slowly opened her clear eyes. She looked at the flickering lights on the table and silently pulled the blanket tightly around her body, completely wrapping it around her. After a moment, she closed her eyes again. The next morning. Where is she? Xiao Qing's face was as cold as ice. The guard Hu Zhou knelt on one knee, his face pale. Reporting to your highness, subordinate. Subordinate sent her out of the residence. Didn't you hear what this prince ordered yesterday? Hu Zhou's other knee also knelt on the ground, but Imperial bodyguard Ning had your highness official seal. She said that she had received your highness official seal and had urgently left the residence to do something for your highness. This subordinate was also hesitant, but Imperial bodyguard Ning also said that your highness kept the official seal close to your body. If it wasn't given by your highness, how could she have the ability to steal it? She also said that the matter was urgent and couldn't be delayed. Otherwise, no one would be able to bear the consequences. While this subordinate was hesitating, she had already run out. This subordinate is slow-witted. Your highness, please punish this subordinate. Xiao Qing frowned. He reached out and touched the official seal on his waist. Sure enough, it wasn't there. He thought back and realized that she must have stolen it when he was covering her with the blanket last night. She hadn't fallen asleep at that time and had pretended to fool his ears. This woman. Chapter 272. Today, Chasing Cloud and Chasing Moon Tavern was exceptionally quiet. The entire tavern was closed and only received Xiao Zhangping. It could be counted as Xiao Minglan's last gift to her niece who was about to be married off. A palace maid guarding outside the tavern walked up the stairs to the railing on the second floor facing the river. She reported, Your Highness, there is a person who claims to be a guard of Nanping Wang Fu. He is asking for an audience. Xiao Zhangping quietly stared at the other side of the river in a daze. Hearing this, she casually waved her hand. Let him come up. After waiting for 2 whole days on Xuanwu Street, which was closest to the palace gate, the princess finally left the palace. Thus, Ning Shu, who had followed her all the way here, did not have time to wipe the sweat off her face. She hurried upstairs and finally saw Xiao Zhangping. It's you. Get up. Xiao Zhangping glanced at her and continued to lean against the railing to look at the bustling water market on the other side of the river. In the water market, the vendors along the river were guarding their baskets filled with fresh flowers, vegetables, oil tea, silk, and soft tofu. They smiled and waved at the men and women coming and going, while guarding the copper coin pouches at their waists. Xiao Zhangping stared in a daze and said as if sighing, There are only 10 days left. Ning Shu was stunned for a moment and then understood. She was talking about the marriage that was less than 10 days away. 10 days later, she would be forced to wear the red wedding dress that symbolized the good relationship between the two countries and board the Luan sedan. She would never be able to return to this place until she died. Looking at Xiao Zhangping's lonely back, Ning Shu could not help but feel pity for this girl who was of the noblest birth in the Great Yu dynasty, but the most unhappy. She knew that she should say something to comfort her. But in this situation, no matter what she said, it would be easy. After all, no one had the right to sympathize with something that did not happen to them. She pondered for a moment and could only say, Your Highness, this trip is like the Zhaojun going out to the frontier. You are sacrificing yourself for the country and the people. The people will be grateful for your Highness' righteousness and will remember it in their hearts. Xiao Zhangping laughed bleakly. The Zhaojun is respectable, but not easy to be. If I could, I really wanted to be the daughter of an ordinary family in the marketplace, just like those women on the other side of the river, selling cloth, flowers, oil tea. I was willing to sell anything. As long as she brought home a few copper coins after a busy day, she would receive a greeting from her parents, brothers, sisters, and husband. You've worked hard. Sit down and rest. I've specially left a bowl of herbal tea for you. It's a pity that I can only dream about this for the rest of my life. After she finished speaking, a female official standing guard not far away immediately coughed as a warning. Xiao Zhangping sneered. She swept her gaze over the dozens of pairs of eyes that were staring at her. She berated, "All of you, get lost. I don't want to see you on this floor. Don't try to scare me with Imperial Father's tricks. If you provoke me, I might just fall into this Chaobai River." The guards and maids were all shocked, but they knew that according to the temperament of the 13th princess, she might really do it, so they had to retreat further and further. After waiting for the guards to retreat, Xiao Zhangping said to Ning Shu, "You came to find me to ask about the previous matter, right?" Ning Shu was deeply apologetic. "Yes? I shouldn't have disturbed your highness at this time, but the matter is urgent. Right now, our only hope is on your highness. Please forgive me." Xiao Zhangping waved her hand and said, "After you told me that day, I carefully looked through everything and indeed found something that might be what you're looking for. However, I won't give it to you unless you give me a reason. Why do you want this item? What is the plum blossom kiss you mentioned that day? What does this have to do with old Princess Yu in the air?" Xiao Zhangping's tone was cold, and her words were sharp. It was as if she was a completely different person. However, Ning Shu wasn't surprised. After losing her last pillar of support and facing the fate of being sent to another country as a chess piece by her imperial father, even the most simple-minded person would be forced to grow up. However, this was related to Xiao Qing's secret, so she couldn't reveal it to another person. Ning Shu clenched her fists tightly. After a while, she bowed deeply and apologized. "Your Highness, please forgive me. That day, I lied to your Highness. Actually, this item has nothing to do with the air. In fact, it is closely related to me. My life and the survival of my family are all implicated by this poison called the plum blossom kiss." Xiao Zhangping looked at her from head to toe. "You?" Her heart was filled with doubt. She really couldn't understand how a lowly guard could be related to old Princess Yu. She sneered. "Ha! Don't lie. Otherwise, I will immediately call people to drag you to the Supreme Court for a heavy punishment." Xiao Zhangping raised her hand and was about to call the guards downstairs. Ning Shu's back was drenched in cold sweat on such a hot day. She hurriedly interrupted her and had no choice but to grit her teeth and whisper, "I'm not lying, because my real identity is not a guard of the Nanping Mansion, but Ning Shu of the Duke Ning Mansion." Xiao Zhangping suddenly widened her eyes and stood up. "You deserve to die." Chapter 273. After a short moment of shock, Xiao Zhangping calmed down. He leaned over and deliberately threatened, "Why are you here? This is the crime of deceiving the monarch. Aren't you afraid that I will immediately call for people to escort you to Imperial Father and sentence you to be beheaded?" Her identity had been exposed. Ning Shu had nothing to be afraid of. She smiled slightly and said, "Because I know that although your Highness is known for being flamboyant, your heart is actually very soft. Because you have experienced pain that many people have never experienced, you always have a compassionate heart. Just like the palace servants around you, you could obviously beat and scold them, but you never did. Even if you didn't get along with fourth young Miss Qi before, when she was almost stung by a poisonous bee next to the Imperial Garden's supreme liquid pool, you didn't think of the previous grudge at all and instead saved her. This is something that Ning Shu can't compare to. Therefore, Ning Shu believes that even if I tell your Highness my identity, your Highness won't have the heart to kill Ning Shu." Xiao Zhangping raised his eyebrows. "How do you know about the supreme liquid pool?" Ning Shu rubbed the tip of her nose embarrassedly. "On the day of the incident, the little eunuch who visited your Highness' palace was also me." "You are simply—" Xiao Zhangping was dumbfounded. After a moment, he sighed. "Forget it. You helped me with that case. The people all say that my temperament is overbearing and presumptuous, but in fact, the most presumptuous one is you. You dare to pretend to be anyone and do anything. If I had your courage, perhaps Imperial Father wouldn't push the matter of the political marriage to me." Ning Shu said, "Your Highness is pure and kind, and you don't want to implicate others, so you didn't refuse." Xiao Zhangping glanced at her and snorted. "No matter how sweet your mouth is, you must answer my questions one by one. If you don't answer one question, I won't tell you what that thing is." Who would have thought that the pure little princess who was willing to trust the truth with a few words would turn into a little fox in the blink of an eye? Ning Shu sighed in her heart and could only say, "Ning Shu doesn't dare to hide anything. First of all, the plum blossom kiss is extremely poisonous. Your Highness should know that I have been engaged to 3 different husbands." Xiao Zhangping nodded. "That kind of unprecedented matter, there's probably no one in the capital who doesn't know about it." Ning Shu was speechless at her straightforward praise. She could only shed a tear of sympathy for herself and then continued, "My first husband, young General Song, died on the battlefield. His body was not found, so I won't tell you for now. Her second husband was the 3rd son of the Qi family, Qi Huijin, who died of a sudden illness before their wedding. Her third husband, Cloud Leaf, also met with misfortune a few days ago. He was almost poisoned to death by Yu Zhao, a brothel girl who pretended to be consort Wen. Outsiders did not know the details, but in reality, they were all poisoned by the same poison called plum blossom kiss. That's why I said that this poison was actually closely related to me. Although it wasn't used on me, anyone who was related to me could be harmed by it. Even my family was prophesied when I was 10 years old that they would all be cursed to death by me. This is the origin of the story of me being a jinx to the heavens, cursing the entire family." Xiao Zhangping was shocked when she heard this. She thought for a while and said, "Then what does this poison have to do with old Princess Yu?" Ning Shu paused for a moment. Then she walked in front of Xiao Zhangping and stretched out her hand. Stroke by stroke, she wrote 2 words, "Consort Qi." Princess probably doesn't know that the strange poison in her body is actually the same kind. Ning Shu looked deeply into Xiao Zhangping's eyes. Her voice was even softer than the wind, but it caused Xiao Zhangping's expression to immediately change. After learning this kind of unspeakable secret, Xiao Zhangping tightly gripped her dress and walked back and forth in front of the railing. Her heart was in a mess. She wasn't stupid. After thinking carefully, she could understand the meaning of Ning Shu's words. Consort Qi, plum blossom kiss, old Princess Yu. There was no need to say much about the meaning behind these words. It made her so nervous that her palms were sweating. She walked back and forth for a long time. Suddenly, she thought of something and stopped. She turned around and looked at Ning Shu with a piercing gaze. "That day at Xianqing Temple, the person who solved the case, was it you?" Chapter 274. She didn't expect Xiao Zhangping to be so sharp and have already guessed the gist of the matter. Facing Xiao Zhangping's piercing gaze, Ning Shu fell silent. "It's me." Xiao Zhangping's face turned pale. Then, "The person who caused old consort Yu's death is also you." When she told Xiao Zhangping those words, Ning Shu had already mentally prepared herself. But when faced with such hatred, as if she was staring at an enemy, Ning Shu still felt stifled. No matter how righteous her reasons were, she couldn't deny that if she hadn't exposed old consort Yu that day, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Furthermore, to Xiao Zhangping, who was in a huge rage, every word of her explanation was just sophistry. Thus, she could only lower her eyes slightly and accept Xiao Zhangping's monstrous hatred. Immersed in intense sorrow, Xiao Zhangping clenched her fists tightly and rushed in front of Ning Shu, questioning, "Do you know? Do you know that she is the only person who loves me the most in the world? You solved the case and cleared my name, but you also caused the death of the most important person to me." Xiao Zhangping cursed as tears streamed down her face. "I'd rather be suspected by others. I'd rather my mother's death never be avenged. I also hope that she can live. You murderer. Murderer." Ning Shu took out the handkerchief and handed it over. She slapped it away forcefully, and it fell into the wind. In the end, it fell into the endless waves of the Chaobai River Tianjiang below. Under the dazzling sunlight, the splashing white waves were as fine as silver. On the other side of the river, the market was still bustling with people. A passionate flower seller inserted a blooming jasmine flower into the hair of a child, causing a string of bell-like laughter. On the chasing cloud-chasing moon-chasing tower, Xiao Zhangping and Ning Shu were speechless. Old consort Yu's death is indeed related to me. It doesn't matter if your highness scolds me or punishes me. Ning Shu will accept it without any objections. I only beg you to let me take a look at that item. Ning Shu thanks you. Ning Shu took a deep breath and bowed deeply again. Xiao Zhangping had one hand on the railing as he used his sleeve to wipe away his tears. His eyes were red as he stared at her. You're still lying to me. Even if you knew that the poison was related to old Princess Consort Yu, how did you know that she gave me that important item? Also, when you came to find me that day, you repeatedly emphasized that this item is very, very important to the Crown Prince. You didn't look like you were faking it. Xiao Zhangping gritted his teeth and said word by word, Ning Shu, if you still refuse to tell me the whole truth, I will make that thing disappear from this world. I, Xiao Zhangping, will keep my word this time. Her decisiveness had forced Ning Shu into a dead end. Ning Shu looked at the tears in Xiao Zhangping's eyes and muttered to herself for a long time. She then took out the note from her sleeve and handed it to Xiao Zhangping. Previously, she guessed that Xiahou Qing didn't want her to meddle in this matter, so she made a copy of the note and put it in the wooden box in advance. The real one was hidden by her and was still in her hands. Now that things had developed to this point, there was no way to hide it anymore. Looking at the familiar handwriting on the note, Xiao Zhangping's chest heaved violently. Looking at the content, Xiao Zhangping's fingers trembled as she folded the note. So it's like this. Xiao Zhangping sneered with her back facing Ning Shu. Then let Xiao Shizhi marry me. When the time comes, I will naturally give the item to him. That way, I can also escape the fate of a political marriage. Ning Shu suddenly raised her head and bit her lip hard. Ning Shu will try her best to fulfill any request the princess has. However, forgive Ning Shu for not being able to agree to this matter. You don't want to give up anything and just want to take this item from me? Based on what? Don't tell me you're dreaming. Xiao Zhangping waved his sleeves and flipped the teacup on the table to the ground. The broken pieces of porcelain flew up and left a cut on Ning Shu's cheek. She subconsciously reached out and wiped it. It was blood. Xiao Zhangping turned her head and stared at her with gritted teeth. She suddenly thought of something and laughed. She said with a malicious expression, You just said that you will try your best to fulfill any request I have. Good, then I will give you a chance. Kneel down and beg me. Kneel in front of me and kowtow to me 10 times. Ning Shu, are you willing or not? Chapter 275. If the princess is satisfied, Ning Shu will not refuse. Ning Shu said without hesitation. You? Xiao Zhangping stared at her in shock and subconsciously took a step back. She had made this rude request with the intention of humiliating her and embarrassing her. But she did not expect that Ning Shu would bend her knees without hesitation. One knee was on the ground, followed by the other knee, and then both knees were together. Her forehead was on the ground as she kowtowed for the first time. Looking at Ning Shu's determined face with blood on her face, Xiao Zhangping's heart began to beat violently. The second kowtow sounded, followed by the third. Xiao Zhangping rushed forward and pushed Ning Shu down. You. Stop kowtowing, get up. She looked at Ning Shu in disbelief and asked, Where is your self-esteem? Where is your pride? Thinking back to when you expressed goodwill to my 6th imperial brother on the street, you did not fake it. Why are you so cowardly now? The wound on Ning Shu's cheek was still oozing blood droplets. Bit by bit, they condensed into a red bean and rolled down to her lips, dyeing her slightly pale lips red. She pursed the smell of rust from the corner of her lips, not minding it. His Highness the Crown Prince hates being threatened the most. He once said to me, No one in this world can threaten me, not even my life. So, even if old Princess you left this note, even if I know that his hopes are tied to you, I cannot force him to do something he does not want to do. But kowtowing 10 times is as easy as flipping my hand for me. As for self-esteem and pride, I have them, but they are not harmful to each other, so it is not impossible to give them up. I only hope that they can alleviate the princess' grief and anger. Xiao Zhangping looked at her with a strange expression and said hesitantly, Could it be that you actually? Ning Shu's thick eyelashes fluttered a few times, but she did not say a word. Xiao Zhangping, who was also in love with Xiahou Qing, was not in the mood to help Ning Shu expose the layer of paper in her heart. She looked at Ning Shu in annoyance, and then looked at the bustling river bank, as if she was recalling her beautiful dream. Xiao Zhangping, who had been in grief and anger all along, finally slowly calmed down. She sneered mischievously and said, "To tell you the truth, before you came to me, Heir Xiaoho had already come to me. He told me that as long as I took it out, he would agree to help me solve the marriage problem. But he didn't want to tell me the ins and outs of the matter, so I didn't immediately agree. I only told him to think about it." Ning Shu, who had been hunting geese for years, had never expected to be pecked by geese. She had always fooled others, but there was also a day when she was fooled by others. Ning Shu couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He brushed the dust off his body and walked to Xiao Zhangping's side. "Princess is witty. Ning Shu is sincerely convinced." Xiao Zhangping looked at him and wanted to say, "You're just confused because you're too concerned." She was about to say it, but she swallowed it back. Old Princess Yu's death was still a knot in her heart that was difficult to untie. She didn't want to be close to Ning Shu like a friend. "You win, Ning Shu. What I wanted to know is now clear, and half of the anger in my heart has dissipated. Since Heir Xiaoho is willing to help me solve my problem, then I don't have any doubts or hesitation. I'll give you that thing." She maintained a cold tone and took out a set of sleeping clothes from the box she carried with her. "This is the sleeping clothes that old Princess Yu prepared for me in advance. After her accident, her nanny gave it to me. At that time, I was so sad that I didn't have the heart to look at it. After you came to find me last time, I carefully looked through it and found that this set of sleeping clothes was embroidered with the plum blossom pattern you were looking for. As for the mystery behind it, that's your own business. It has nothing to do with me." Ning Shu took the nightgown and carefully put it away. She understood in her heart. No wonder there's the phrase, "you can get it." Other than the newlywed husband, who can get a girl's nightgown? Old Princess Yu's treatment of Princess Chongping could be described as deep affection. Princess Chongping's words were emotionless, but Ning Shu's eyes were sharp. She could clearly sense the reluctance in her expression. She thought for a moment and said, "Princess, please don't worry. When the mystery is solved, I'll definitely return it to Princess in one piece." Xiao Zhangping rolled her eyes and got up to leave. "Who wants your fake kindness?" Looking at this arrogant little princess who didn't act according to common sense, Ning Shu couldn't help but laugh. "Your Highness, saying one thing and thinking another is a trick that only little children like to play." Xiao Zhangping's face turned red. She glared at Ji Yunshu with shame and indignation. She turned to the group of guards and female officials standing guard downstairs and said, "What are you all in a daze for? Return to the palace." Chapter 276. Seeing that Xiao Zhangping was about to leave, Ning Shu suddenly thought of something and took a few steps forward to ask, "Oh right, Your Highness, you told me before that old princess you sang a nursery rhyme to you the night before the incident. May I ask what it was? Can you tell me?" Xiao Zhangping said with a calm expression, "It's the one that many people sing to coax their children, about the swallow pecking the imperial grandson." Finally getting an important clue, Ning Shu let out a long sigh and tiredly patted her sore limbs. In order to keep an eye on Xiao Zhangping and avoid Xiahou Qing at the same time, she had been hiding here and there for the past 2 days. She was really in a difficult situation, but fortunately, it was finally done. She had to have a good sleep first. As for how to face Xiahou Qing, and when to face him, whatever, she would think about it after she had enough sleep. After all, lice wouldn't itch, and debts wouldn't weigh her down. She was in a good mood and slowly walked down the stairs. While thinking about which and had a good reputation and the food wasn't bad, she stepped out of Chasing Clouds and Chasing Moon restaurant. Then, when she saw the familiar carriage that had just arrived, her footsteps suddenly stopped. The carriage stopped, and a tall and cold figure stepped out. It was as if the figure was painted with black and white ink. When he appeared, the people on the other side of the river all looked over. The flower girl also stopped her business and excitedly and curiously tiptoed, following the crowd. Xiao Zhangping's sedan was just about to leave when she saw Xiahou Qing. She hurriedly ordered the guards to stop and jumped down from the sedan to walk over. Her face was filled with the loveliness and expectation of a jasmine. Xiahou Qing also patiently listened to Xiao Zhangping seriously, occasionally giving a short reply. The distance was a little far, so Ning Shu couldn't hear what the two of them were talking about. She only saw Xiao Zhangping raise her head to look at Xiahou Qing with eyes that were abnormally bright, like stars. Xiahou Qing's expression was also calm and gentle, like a green tree in the early summer, casting a shadow that gradually faded. The gaps in the shadow were sprinkled with bits of gold. Ning Shu thought for a moment and immediately turned to leave silently along the wall. Then, she heard Xiahou Qing suddenly raise his voice. "Stop! Where do you think you're going?" Ning Shu felt a chill run down her back. She lowered her head and wanted to play dumb to escape, but there was already a wall of people standing in front of her, easily blocking her path. On the other side, Xiahou Qing lowered his head and said a few words to Xiao Zhangping to go back to the palace. After Xiao Zhangping left, Xiahou Qing's footsteps were slow and leisurely, gradually approaching Ning Shu from behind. Each step was very light, but it was as if he was stepping on her heart, causing her to tremble with fear until he was right behind her. A cool breath brushed against her ear, and he sneered, "Ning Shu, you've only been by my side for a few days, and your courage and insight have grown. You've made me have a whole new level of respect for you. Deceiving your master, stealing the seal and running away, and getting close to the princess behind my back. Do you still remember what the punishment for these crimes is according to the rules of the manor?" Sun Wukong was destined to be unable to escape from the palm of the Buddha. Ning Shu had no way to escape. She could only brace herself and turn around. Embarrassed, she said, "I remember." Xiahou Qing's brows furrowed, and his face was filled with suppressed anger. "You still dare to do it even if you remember. You're simply..." These past 2 days, he had sent out all of his personal guards to find her. If he hadn't guessed that she would be following Xiao Zhangping when he left the palace today, he was afraid that he wouldn't have been able to catch this slippery fish. Ning Shu turned her head away and said in a small voice, "What your highness wants to do, you didn't discuss it with me in advance. Didn't he also try to burn the note behind her back and trap her in the food to copy books and not leave the house? We're the same." Chapter 277. She recalled the scene she had just seen. He had lowered his head slightly and patiently chatted with Xiao Zhangping. His expression had been so gentle. How could he be so vicious when it came to her? Inexplicably, her teeth felt as sour as if she had bitten into a plum that ripened early in summer. Ning Shu smacked her teeth and felt a little upset. She didn't admit her mistake and instead began to quibble. Xiahou Qing was so angry that he laughed. "It seems that you remembered the rules I told you to copy, but you didn't remember any of them in your heart. Juicy, take her back and copy them all again." She had copied so hard and only copied a third of the rules. If she had to tear them up and copy them again, she would die. "I know I was wrong." Ning Shu immediately shouted and regretted her actions. "Heir apparent was worried about my safety and made plans for me, but I didn't appreciate it. This is the first mistake. I fell asleep on the table at night. Heir apparent was kind enough to cover me with a blanket, but I stole the official seal when you weren't paying attention. This is the second mistake. Heir apparent didn't want me to interfere, but I deliberately did the opposite. This is the third mistake. Your Highness reprimanded me because of your deep love for me. However, I was impudent and talked back. This is my fourth mistake. In short, this subordinate has made a grave mistake. I ask your Highness to consider that this is my first offense and forgive this subordinate." Her words were sincere, and her expression and tone were all on point. She was as soft as a pampered sparrow in his residence that accidentally pecked him when it flew over to eat. Then, she purposely used her soft little head to gently rub his palm as an apology. He clearly knew that it was purposely showing off, but he couldn't bear to blame it. However, this was Ning Shu. She was 10,000 times more cunning than that sparrow. There were so many twists and turns in her heart that she could calculate everyone in the capital. Xiahou Qing continued to wear a cold face and ignored her. With Juicy's help, he turned and boarded the carriage. Ning Shu smiled bitterly as she looked at his back. What should she do? She could only follow. After helping Xiahou Qing into the carriage, Juicy reported in a low voice, "Heir apparent, Miss Ning's face is injured." Xiahou Qing's sharp words were directed at Ning Shu. What's going on? Ning Shu braced herself, lifted the curtain, and boarded the carriage. She sat across from Xiaoqing and said indifferently, "Oh, this? I was accidentally scratched by a tree branch. It's just a small wound, and the blood has stopped flowing." Xiaoqing was extremely sharp. Was it done by the 13th princess? Ning Shu wanted to continue to laugh and brush him off, but Juicy said, "The wound is slanted upward, from deep to shallow, and the wound is smooth. If it was scraped by a rough branch, it wouldn't be like this. It would look like it was cut by a knife or broken porcelain." After he finished speaking, he expressionlessly retreated under Ning Shu's murderous gaze. He sat in the driver's seat and drove the carriage back to the palace. TSK, were all the people around Xiaoqing freaks? Wasn't it said that Juicy's specialty was strategy? How could his eyes be so sharp? Ning Shu could only admit, after Her Highness found out that old consort Yu's death was related to me, she broke the cup in a moment of grief and anger. A small piece of porcelain flew out and accidentally brushed my face. She didn't do it on purpose. Other than this, did she make things difficult for you? Ning Shu didn't even think about it. No. Xiaoqing raised his eyebrows suspiciously. You answered so quickly. You're lying. Moreover, with the 13th princess's temperament, once she gets angry, it won't be easy for her to calm down. Ning Shu, if you're lying to me, do you believe that I'll teach you a lesson that you won't forget for the rest of your life? I really didn't. The princess was very angry and said some things to me. However, she also knew that if she wanted to avoid the marriage, she still had to ask heir apparent for help. Therefore, she only made things difficult for me verbally and nothing else. I swear to the heavens. Ning Shu was obviously taking advantage of Xiaoqing's blindness. She put up 4 fingers and said, 4. She wasn't a saint who wanted to cover for Xiao Zhangping or anything. However, she just didn't want to tell him what happened just now. She didn't want him to know that she was embarrassed. She didn't want him to know her embarrassing side. She also didn't want him to have any contempt or sympathy for her because of this. She also didn't want him to apologize. She hoped that in front of him, she would always be the bold and fearless Ning Shu who was always in her best state. Seeing that Xiaoqing didn't ask any more questions, she gently exhaled, thinking that she had passed this stage. She didn't expect that when she was about to put down her hand, Xiaoqing suddenly reached out and grabbed it. Chapter 278. However, his eyes were blurry after all, so he couldn't hold her hand properly. He only managed to grab her wrist. In that instant, Ning Shu's breathing became chaotic. The place he was holding was burning hot, and it flowed along her blood vessels to her heart. She sensed that Xiaoqing's slightly cold palm was quickly moving in the direction of her finger. Ning Shu hurriedly came back to her senses and withdrew her 4th finger. After confirming that she was indeed making a vow, Xiaoqing dispelled his suspicions about her. However, there was a sudden silence in the carriage. It was as if time had been frozen at this moment, falling into some kind of obscure state. No one moved, no one spoke. Only the sound of each person's breathing intertwined with each other. Until Xiaoqing suddenly reacted. He let go of her hand and said to Zhu Xiling, who was outside the carriage curtain, "Go to the medical center." Ning Shu also came back to her senses and said, It's really just a very small wound. There's really no need to make such a big fuss. Perhaps it will heal before we reach the medical center. Other patients will definitely laugh at me if they see it." "Shut up." Xiaoqing directly threw these 2 words at her, successfully sealing her mouth. Ning Shu looked at him sullenly, then turned her gaze to outside the carriage window. The carriage left the chasing cloud and chasing moon building and slowly drove along the Chaobai River in the direction of the medical center. Along the way, the cheerful sound of the Chaobai River flowed side by side. She quietly pinched the fingertips that he had just counted one by one. Suddenly, she felt that the weather outside wasn't very hot. There was also a small gust of cool wind entering the carriage window. She couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth into a shallow arc. The early summer plum ripened early. The first bite was indescribably sour, but after tasting it, even though you knew it was sour, you still couldn't help but want to take a second bite. because after the sourness, there was always a long, sweet aftertaste. It was too wonderful for words. After a cool breeze, Ning Shu gently opened her mouth. Her voice was as soft as the most delicate pattern embroidered by an embroiderer in shoe embroidery. Next time something similar happens, I won't act rashly. I'll definitely discuss it with Your Highness in advance and make the most careful plans. However, I also hope that Your Highness can be honest with me. This way, we won't have any misunderstandings and won't waste so much effort and time. Xiahou Qing's expression seemed to change slightly, like a wisp of cloud flying across the vast sky, light and soft to the point of almost being transparent. He slowly said, "Okay." Ning Shu lowered her eyes and smiled silently. Then she said, "That's right. I took that thing from the princess. It's a sleeping gown embroidered with plum blossoms." Xiahou Qing's carriage was naturally one of the safest places in the world. After spending so much effort to obtain this sleeping gown, she finally had the time to take it out and examine it carefully. She saw that on the snow-white satin that was as soft as a young girl's skin, there were over 100 red plum blossoms that looked exactly the same. It should have been the most festive color, but with this kind of dense pile of plum blossoms and the special meaning of this design, looking at it from afar, it gave off the feeling of looking at a blood rain. Ning Shu's eyes carefully passed over each plum blossom, not wanting to miss a single one. Suddenly, she stopped on one of them and lowered her head to smell it. On this plum blossom, I seemed to smell a bit of rust. She moved the plum blossom to a window where the light was better and found that the embroidery on this plum blossom was darker than the others. It was faintly black, like it was mixed with blood. Chapter 279. After sniffing and inspecting it carefully, Ning Shu confirmed that the plum blossom was embroidered with threads dyed with blood. A blood-stained plum blossom. What does old consort you want to tell us through it? Putting down the nightgown in her hands, Ning Shu fell into deep thought. Every scene related to old consort you flashed through her mind like a book. She suddenly said, "I remember, when I examined old consort you's body, I found a wound on her right index finger. It seemed like she bit it herself. Could it be related to this? But what does this drop of blood have to do with the kiss of the plum blossom? Or is there something else mixed in this drop of blood that I can't identify? If only Hui Mo was here, he might be able to find a way to test it." Ning Shu missed Hui Mo's use very much. Seeming a little tired, Xiahou Qing leaned against the cushion and said casually, "The Ministry of Justice has sent a message that the palace has stopped the punishment of 20 strokes of the cane a day. I believe that you will be released soon." "That's great. We're finally going to pass this trial." Hearing this, Ning Shu let out a long sigh of relief. She thought to herself, "Hui Mo suffered for me this time. When he comes back, I must make it up to him twice as much." In the Ministry of Justice's prison, Hui Mo, who had gained 2 caddies of weight in prison, took advantage of the fact that no one was around to sit with his legs crossed and enjoy the delicacies that Tan Siwei had someone bring in. Suddenly, he sneezed loudly. He rubbed his nose and muttered in surprise, "Who's thinking of me? Is it Shiziyi, Lady Ning, or little Forsythia? Hee, I'm really charming." Then he continued to flip through the novel that he had tricked from Tan Siwei and read with great interest. The carriage continued to move leisurely along the Chaobai River. Thinking that it wouldn't be too late to examine it after Hui Mo came out, Ning Shu temporarily put away the blood-soaked nightgown and said, "Other than this nightgown, I also heard from Princess Chongping that the night before the Xinqing Monastery incident, old Princess Consort you specially went to her palace to accompany her for a night, and even sang her a nursery rhyme when she was young." Hearing this sensitive time, Xiahou Qing's expression changed slightly. "Which song?" "The Swallow Pecks at the Imperial Grandson." It's a well-known poem by the common people of the Han dynasty. Zhao Fian and her younger sister Zhao Hada persecuted the princes, causing Emperor Cheng of Han to have no descendants. Xiahou Qing slowly rubbed the pale finger bone in his palm and let out a meaningful chuckle. "This song is interesting." Ning Shu nodded silently. "That's right. The common people only know about the legends. They think that Emperor Cheng of Han had no descendants because Zhao Fian and her sister were cruel and merciless and killed all his children. But I heard another saying in many ancient books. The reason why Emperor Cheng of Han had no descendants was actually because the Liu family's bloodline was flawed. The successive emperors married their relatives. For example, Emperor Jing of Han married his cousin Lady Bo. Emperor Wu of Han married his cousin Ah Jiao, causing many of his descendants to be crazy. In the end, Emperor Zhao of Han had no descendants, Emperor Xian of Han had 5, and Emperor Yuan of Han had 3. After that, Emperor Cheng, Emperor Ai, and Emperor Ping of Han all had no descendants. The story of the swallow pecks at the imperial grandson was just a fabricated story for the harem. Old princess consort, you purposely sang this nursery rhyme. Could it be that this story is referring to the current dynasty? Xiahou Qing bent his knuckles and lightly knocked on the small table twice. There are a total of 2 cases in the current dynasty that are related to the imperial family and have affected the entire political situation of the imperial court. Ning Shu reacted quickly and immediately continued. In the 4th year of Heaven's selection, the eldest son and second son of the emperor fought for the throne. And, 25 years ago, Empress Zhou went crazy and killed the previous crown prince. Her blood dyed the Phoenix Algae Palace, and she set fire to Phoenix Terrace. When the last word came out of her mouth, Ning Shu's entire body started to tremble uncontrollably. In the 2 cases, no matter which one old princess consort you was referring to, it meant that the secret and truth they were investigating would be swept into an even bigger and unexplainable flood. Who could guarantee that they would be able to escape unscathed after being swept into this huge wave? Ning Shu revealed a pale smile. The answer was, no one could. She reached out to take a sip of tea to calm herself down. However, the more she tried to do so, the more flustered she became. She accidentally knocked over the teacup and spilled it on his clothes. Your Highness, I'm sorry. Ning Shu hurriedly pulled out a handkerchief and hurriedly helped him wipe it off. A jade-colored hand slowly reached over and gently patted the back of her flustered hand. The owner of that hand lowered his voice and said in a seemingly calm voice, "Don't worry, the sky won't fall before I die. Even if I die and the sky falls, it won't hurt you. I'm here." Ning Shu was stunned. In the carriage, she bent over him, her hands still on his lapel, and he sat upright on the couch, looking up at her. Her skin was as white as snow and his hair was as black as ink. Everything seemed to have returned to 2 months ago, to the early morning when they had made an alliance with each other. The only difference was that their positions had been switched. The carriage continued to move forward along the wide road beside Chaobai River. They inadvertently passed by a small alley where 7 or 8 children were happily singing nursery rhymes they had learned from their elders. Yin Yin, Wei Shirgu, Zhang Gongzi, time to meet. Wooden door Tsonglang Jin, swallow flies, pecks the imperial grandson. Imperial grandson dies, swallow pecks the arrow. After they finished singing, the children clapped their hands happily and then chased each other into the depths of the alley, leaving behind a string of bell-like laughter. Inside the carriage, Ning Shu's eyes curved into a smile, her eyes as bright as the moon. All right, I'm not afraid. Chapter 280. In front of her was a large field of red spider lilies. She stepped barefoot on this beautiful and almost demonic flower field. Bright and beautiful light spots like fireflies slowly floated up from under her feet and surrounded her. Those were the soul fragments from the abyss of hell. She reached out and grabbed one of the light spots, then slowly opened it. She heard the miserable screams and cries from the light spot, whistling towards her and finally completely disappearing. Suddenly, there was a loud sound that shocked the soul, and a palace rose from the ground. In the palace, the huge shadow of King Yama appeared. He had a green face and fangs, and his eyes were wide open in anger. He pointed at the tiny Ning Shu under his feet, and immediately, a cluster of netherworldly fire burned up from the ground of hell, engulfing her whole body. Her body was being incinerated by the Li fire. Her snow-white skin melted like paper, and her bright red flesh turned into charcoal. She screamed silently in the Li fire and endured until her entire body was burned into a pile of white bones. She turned into powder and fell into the dazzlingly beautiful scarlet flowers. But the punishment was not over. Her broken body was rebuilt from nothingness, and her flesh and skin were pieced back together. She continued to endure the burning of the fire, and so on. In the endless pain, King Yama's bell-like voice invaded her soul, and it was deafening. Because of your brother's life, you turned against Emperor Yin, Xiao Yuni, and caused millions of people to die. The common people were in a terrible situation, and blood flowed like a river. Ningxu, do you know your wrongs? Surrounded by the fire, she had nowhere to escape. Her body was emitting a strong burnt smell, and even her soul was trembling. She gritted her teeth and said with difficulty, I didn't know. Xiao Yuni killed my brother, causing him to die an unnatural death. If I don't take revenge, I, Ningxu, am unworthy of being a person. Ningji was instigated to kill Empress Fei Luan first. She deserves this. If we talk about the reason, it was also Xiao Yuni who went against his oath. My brother Ji only felt injustice for me. What wrong did he do? King Yanluo shook his head and sighed. Revenge breeds revenge. When will there ever be an end to it? Don't be obsessed with it. I'll give you one more chance. Ningxu, do you know your wrongs? Ningxu's upper body was half bone. Her lips were burnt black and full of blood. She screamed in endless pain. I don't know. I, Ningxu, will never admit my mistakes. How stubborn. The phantom of King Yanluo suddenly expanded and angrily pointed at Ningxu. The mandate book in his hand flipped like waves. You were blinded by love. You were greedy because of love. You were angry because you couldn't get what you wanted. You were disgusted because of separation. You were guilty of the 3 sins of greed, anger, and blindness. I betrayed you in accordance with the law for 3,000 years in the Blade Mountain prison and 3,000 years in the Blazing Inferno prison. Men, carry out the punishment. The ground beneath her feet collapsed like sand, revealing a sea of fire that was tens of thousands of times larger than the leaf fire of the netherworld. In the sea of fire, thousands of ghosts were howling in pain at the bottom of the abyss, reaching out their scorched black claws to her. And among the thousands of ghosts, 274 of them were particularly familiar. They were her deceased parents and relatives, including her little brother, Jia. She immediately froze as if she had turned into ashes. Even her soul had been shattered. They were supposed to enter the cycle of reincarnation after washing away their sins and be reborn as humans. But because of you, they are also suffering the pain of being burned by the fire. Ningxu, do you still want to continue being stubborn because of love? The phantom of King Yanluo behind her gradually turned into a thick black shadow, and then transformed into Xiao Yuni's appearance. He questioned her again and again behind her. Ningxu, do you still want to implicate your family and cause them to never be reincarnated because of love? Ningxu, do you still want to be obsessed with greed, anger, and blindness? Do you still not let go of resentment and hate? Do you still want to watch them beg for death in the fire? She covered the only heart that was left behind the charred skeleton. She reached out to the fire, kneeling on the ground and crying, No, no, no. Chapter 281. I admit my mistake. The person in the black fog continued to let out a cold, mechanical laugh and said in her ear, Don't repeat the same mistake. Otherwise, everyone will still die, including Xiahou Qing. The scene around her instantly disappeared and turned into a chaotic black fog that wrapped around her. Ningxu suddenly opened her eyes. She clutched her heart that was in extreme pain and desperately gasped for breath. Her eyes looked in the direction of the roof, and her gaze fell into the void. Her entire body was ice-cold, and even her sleeping clothes were soaked in cold sweat. Her limbs seemed to be infected by the pain of digging out her bones and chiseling her marrow in her dream, and slightly trembled. She got up with difficulty and scooped a handful of cold water from the copper basin and splashed it on her face. Only then did she completely separate herself from the nightmare from several hundred years ago and wake up. She looked at the illusory reflection in the copper basin and let out a self-deprecating laugh. Look at you, an old ghost of several hundred years. You clearly knew that the dream was a dream, Yet you were still scared to this extent. You're so stupid. If Ming Per, who fetched soup on the bridge of helplessness, knew about this, she would definitely laugh at her for another 300 years. After laughing, she slowly calmed down and silently calculated in her heart. There were still 4 months left until she turned 17. There was 1 day left until the bitter pain in her blood was also the same time limit. After 4 months, if she still couldn't solve all the mysteries, then everything would repeat the mistakes of her first life. However, her true opponent was still hidden in the fog. She didn't know what kind of mask they were wearing, and she didn't even know who was behind the mask. She didn't even know if they were male or female, old or young. Did she really have the ability to change all of this? King Chujiang. Ah, King Chujiang, it's rare for you to go against the heavens and change my fate to obtain this chance to live again. If I let you down, then what should I do? Bang, bang, bang. The familiar knocking on the door sounded again and interrupted her wild thoughts. Fang Mama's methodical voice sounded as usual. Imperial bodyguard Ning, get up. His Highness the heir is waiting to serve you in the unknown hall. It's best if you hurry up and don't let the master wait too long. For the first time, Ning Shu felt that Nanny Fang's voice was so pleasant and full of vitality. It pulled her back from the hopeless hell and back to the present world, full of vitality. Her heavy heart calmed down a lot. She quickly wiped her face and stood up. She changed back into the bodyguard uniform that Xiahou Qing had specially made for her. She opened the door and walked out with a smile. Okay, Fang Mama, this subordinate will go now. Walking along the winding flower corridors of the Prince of Nanping's residence, the green leaves on both sides still had morning dew. Round droplets dripped down along the veins of the leaves and landed on another leaf. After bouncing a few times, they slid down the branches and into the soil. The white clouds in the sky were soft, and not far away, the crabapple fruit was quietly condensing. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath of the refreshing morning air. At the end of the flower corridor and the unknown hall, the familiar ink-colored figure stood under the eaves, reaching out to caress the coquettish oriole in his palm. Looking at that figure, Ning Shu's footsteps hesitated. The cold voice in her dream sounded again in her mind, making her feel apprehensive, making her hesitate, making her unable to not hesitate. But Xiahou Qing under the eaves seemed to hear her footsteps. He turned his face, letting go of the oriole in his palm, and silently waved at her. A gentle breeze blew away the condensed clouds, and she heard the clear cries of the orioles. Ning Shu looked at the hand that was beckoning her not far away. One lonely wing found another, and her fluctuating heart finally had a breather. She quickened her steps to meet him. In order to live up to King Chujiang's good intentions, and to not let Ming Po laugh at her, she could only work hard to live a long life, along with her family and Xiahou Qing. Unless she turned into ashes, she would not allow a second ending. Chapter 282. The capital was located at the heart of the entire country, and it was the most prosperous place in the Great Yu. After 300 years of sedimentation, it gradually formed the 4 major characteristics of buying horses in the north, tea in the south, wine and food in the east, and smile in the west. The last word, smile, naturally referred to the sweet smiles of the women in the street. The Dragon Boat Festival had just passed, and the east was more lively than usual. In order to attract more customers, the merchants along the river were resourceful, and the dragon boat race on the Chaobai River would be held until the end of the month. Sure enough, there was an endless stream of tourists, crowding both sides of the river. Looking at the turning oars in the water and the competing bows of the boats, they clapped and cheered. The vendors along the river also made a lot of money, smiling so widely that their eyes could not be seen. Now was the most popular season for selling dumplings at the food stalls. The snow-white glutinous rice was soaked in mountain spring water 2 hours in advance, and the grains were soaked until they were white and plump and full. Then, with the rich stuffing, they were wrapped in green bamboo leaves, and a dazzling silk thread had been firmly tied into a triangle. The boiling water in the big pot could not wait any longer, and with dozens of splashing sounds, the pot was full. At this time, one must not be careless, and one must keep one's eyes firmly fixed on the heat. When the time came, one must immediately lift the pot. The fragrance of the bamboo leaves, the fragrance of the glutinous rice, and the stuffing together overflowed half of the street, making one's mouth water. If one liked sweet, one would buy sweet date dumplings, and if one liked salty, one would buy dried rice dumplings. The boiling hot dumplings were taken out of the hot soup, and the green bamboo leaves were peeled off layer by layer, and the process of looking forward to the rich stuffing inside was the greatest enjoyment in the world. On Chenghua Street, in front of the most famous snack stall, dozens of hands holding copper coins surrounded the stall owner. Ning Shu squeezed out of the crowd with difficulty, holding 2 steaming hot dumplings, and was already sweating profusely. She looked back, and at the end of the surging tide of people was a tall Chinese redbud tree, with lush branches and leaves. Above her head, the brilliant sunlight shuttled back and forth through the gaps between the leaves, sprinkling golden fragments on the body of a young man wearing a frost-colored robe under the tree. He was extremely tall and straight, and the outer layer of his silk robe, painted with an ink pattern of distant mountains and long clouds, fluttered slightly in the wind. He did not need to speak, but he already had a noble and lofty aura, making people unable to help but slow down, wanting to see his true appearance. It was a pity that such a dazzling man was wearing a veiled hat on his head, which completely covered his face, causing the young girls who passed by to feel hatred in their hearts. Of course, this veil hat was worn by Ning Shu, who begged Xiahou Qing to wear it. The reason was, she was in her prime, and did not want to be trampled to death by the embroidered shoes of the tens of thousands of young girls in the market who wanted to see the handsome face of the heir. It seemed that Ning Shu had been waiting impatiently for a long time, and behind the veil hat, Xiahou Qing could not help but wrinkle his eyebrows. It was not until he heard the familiar sound of footsteps coming from afar that he slowly relaxed his eyebrows. Ning Shu's warm voice, like a dumpling, sounded in his ear. "Your Highness, I have already peeled off the bamboo leaves for you. While it is still warm, you should quickly try it. This is the best dumpling maker in the entire capital, and the stuffing is also the best and freshest. I guarantee with my life that it is absolutely delicious." As she spoke, she enthusiastically delivered the peeled dumplings to Xiahou Qing's lips. Xiahou Qing couldn't understand why she had lined up for an hour to flatter him for 2 rice dumplings. "For me, food is just food to fill my stomach. As for the taste, whether it's sour, sweet, bitter, or spicy, it doesn't make any difference whether it's delicious or not." Ning Shu was not dispirited at all. She pinched her sleeve to wipe the sweat from her forehead and said, "Whether it is delicious or not, you may not know it with your mouth, but your heart knows. Especially my daughter. Ah no, this subordinate spent a lot of effort to buy these dumplings. Even if you can't tell with your mouth, your Highness will definitely feel that it is delicious in your heart." Her voice was like a sparrow's chirping, and it was even more lively than the cicadas in the redbud tree above them. Xiahou Qing lightly snorted. Preposterous logic, but in the end, he took the dumplings in her hand and put them into his mouth, slowly eating a few bites. "How is it? How is it? Does your Highness feel this subordinate's good intentions?" Ning Shu blinked her eyes, expectantly waiting for him to praise her. Xiahou Qing indifferently said, "It's only os." Ning Shu curled her lips and a handkerchief flew over. "Use this to wipe your sweat. Don't always use your sleeve. Aren't you afraid of getting dirty?" The owner of the handkerchief coldly said this, then turned around and continued walking. Ning Shu took the handkerchief and looked at his tall back. She secretly stuck out her tongue, ridiculing in her heart. Awkwardness is a kind of illness that needs to be treated. But how did he know she was using her sleeve to wipe her sweat? Although this person's eyes were blurry, his heart was full of wisdom. He didn't need to look. Nothing could be hidden from him. Today was the 9th of the 5th month, 8 days away from Princess Chomping's marriage, when Huinyang, who had been sent out as bait, suddenly died in her home. The cause of death was a dagger shot from a flying crossbow that pierced her throat. When the Prince of Nanping's personal guards chased after the assassin, they found a token that belonged to the 7th prince's estate. Ning Shu had just accompanied Xiahou Qing to the scene of the crime, but found nothing. When Huinyang's son, Qian Bingyi's wails were still ringing in their ears. Ning Shu thought for a moment, then dragged Xiahou Qing to the nearby Eastern market to stroll around and watch the commotion. As she slowly walked behind Xiahou Qing, Ning Shu bit into the sweet dumplings in her hand. It shouldn't be Xiao Yunsan's doing. Assassins in charge of assassinations wouldn't carry anything that could reveal their identities in order to avoid being exposed. A token like this is too clumsy. Chapter 283. After finishing the dumplings, Xiahou Qing seemed to be in a better mood. His voice was less tense. Xiao Yunsan's maternal family is a new noble family from Ji province. His mother entered the palace in the 6th year of Heaven's Choice. Whether it was 25 years ago or the 4th year of Heaven's Choice, it had nothing to do with her. I can't find a reason to implicate him. Ning Shu nodded. That dagger is quite interesting. It looks normal, but the handle has a few whorls on it to make it easier to grasp and accurately stab the enemy. It's a new style that the Ministry of War came up with this year. Perhaps we can continue our investigation based on it. In addition, according to the pursuing guards, he cut the assassin's right arm. That's also a breakthrough. Originally, they thought they'd pull out a big fish through Wenhuanya. They hadn't expected the other side to go all the way and directly silence Wenhuanya. What did this mean? The other side had already noticed their recent actions and understood their thoughts. Moreover, he wasn't afraid they'd find anything, so he didn't ask Wenhuanya a single question and directly silenced her. He was using this as a demonstration. Even if you find traces, I'm not afraid, because the deer's neck will always be in my hands. How annoying. For the time being, Ning Shu didn't want to think about this depressing matter. She put the last sweet and delicate red date into her mouth. Right? I heard from Princess Chongping that Your Highness agreed to help her escape the predicament of a political marriage. I'm very curious. How does Your Highness plan to deal with this matter? Southern Yin had come aggressively, clearly wanting to use the political marriage as an excuse to extort the dowry from the 10 cities. Of all of His Majesty's princesses, the 13th princess was the least favored. In addition, the 13th princess identity had been exposed in the Xinqing monastery case. Although His Majesty had ordered them to keep their mouths shut, they were sure to have a fishbone stuck in their throat. It wouldn't be easy to convince His Majesty to change the candidate. Thus, Ning Shu wanted to know what Xiahou Qing was planning. A substitute. Xiahou Qing was concise and to the point. As far as I know, the envoys from the Southern Yin Kingdom haven't seen the 13th princess's face yet. They've only seen her portrait. So the simplest way is to directly choose a substitute to marry in her place. Ning Shu put down the dumplings in her hands and tilted her head, saying, "This method is good, but this marriage alliance is no small matter." The Southern Yin Kingdom came with wild ambitions. If they find out that the princess is someone else in disguise, I'm afraid they will use this as a pretext to make a fuss and create an even bigger disaster. Moreover, it is said that the envoy from the Southern Yin Empire is not someone easy to deal with. She recalled the situation on the day of old consort Yu's funeral and pursed her lips in disgust. Wine, women, wealth, and power were all present. His reputation was extremely bad. He had only been in Great Yu for half a month, but he had already been criticized by many people. Moreover, he was cunning and cunning. Whether it was in Great Yu or Beishuan, his notoriety was widespread. Xiahou Qing unhurriedly said, "Therefore, there is a second step. When the Southern Yin envoys leave Great Yu with the princess's carriage and set foot on Southern Yan's territory, they will encounter an unexpected disaster in the middle of the night. The princess will be burned to death, and not even her bones will be left." This is a wonderful move. Ning Shu couldn't help but clap her hands in praise. If the princess is taken away by them and met with danger in another country's territory, it will be the Southern Yin Kingdom's responsibility. At that time, they won't have the face to say anything, let alone mention the marriage alliance. Instead, they will be somewhat in the wrong in front of Great Yu. As for the matter of the dowry of 10 cities, it will also disappear like smoke in thin air. Ning Shu thought for a moment and said, "It's just that, in this way, Princess Chongping will no longer be able to show her true identity in front of others. She will no longer have a luxurious house or a luxurious life. Perhaps she will even have to conceal her identity and hide. Is she willing to accept such a consequence? Xiao Qing's voice was as light as the wind. I have already explained the consequences to her. She has accepted it, so when the time comes, I will help her create a new identity and help her leave the capital. The rest will be up to her to decide. Ning Shu thought of Xiao Changping's incomprehensible wish, which others couldn't understand, but she could only hope for but not achieve. She nodded in understanding. Leaving the imperial palace, leaving the identity of a princess, for her, it might be simpler and happier. I hope she will be able to fulfill her wish. As the two were whispering to each other, Xiao Qing's ears twitched. He suddenly said, "Be careful." He reached out and grabbed her arm, pulling her in his direction. In the next instant, a figure rushed out from the alley they had just passed, almost knocking Ning Shu to the ground. Juicy hurriedly stepped forward to stop the figure that had suddenly appeared. With a glance, she saw that it was a 16 or 17-year-old budding young girl. The young girl wore a plain cloth dress and her hands were covered in blood. Holding a pair of scissors, she shouted behind her, "Don't come over. Let me die." You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.